ancient city is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. The king of the city is marching. Stand up high to the pride of the land. The founding fathers have labored, and our time to serve is now. The glory of the new Edo nation will forever be our pride. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Our treasures are found in all nations, and our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written, how our kings have endured all times. Our people cultured in unity, our hearts beat for the land. Rich culture, stories of heroes, legacies forever be. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Unite and stand with each other, forgive and let it go. Together we can stand, come what may, and our future lies in us. Teach our children to teach their children what our fathers taught. To fear and love the Creator, only then shall we succeed. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land
Seeking its political development. Today, we are crying and pointing, accusing fingers at each other, forgetting that we failed to uphold the wisdom our forefathers left us. Today, it is unarguably clear that both the poor and the rich suffers from effects of corruption. In schools, students can't meet up with the needs of education due to congested hostels, high cost of living, campus courtism, unequal access to admission, biased lecturers, poor supply of electricity and water on campuses. To photocopy or print a document in a business center with a generator set, you pay 2 times the amount you would pay if it was with public electric power. Imagine how a student with a monthly allowance of less than 4,000 naira copes under these conditions. Due to irregular power, our mothers can't operate their commercial grinding machine which fetch them daily income. Welders, photographers, caterers, and youths who operate hairdressing and barbing salon suffers from irregular electricity supply. Sabotage of good drinking water, unhygienic environment, and uncontrolled spread of mosquito causes disease like malaria fever, cholera, and typhoid that kills many in the country. It has some parents solidly subsidize machines that are meant for the distribution. What is this? That are meant for the distribution in government hospitals find their way into private hospitals. Some parents teach their children how to pay for marks in examinations. Very little moral and disciplinary actions. Very little moral and disciplinary education is taught to youth in our institutions for learning. Scholarship meant for poor students are channeled to undeserving persons. This myriad of corruption acts go on and on at the detriment of the general development of the society. The causes of corruption in Nigeria. There are countable causes of corruption in Nigeria. Apart from greed, the fall in education standard, poor maintenance, culture, indiscipline, lack of patriotism, unhealthy competitions for power and resources, long military rule, civil upheavals, poor sectorial linkage, dishonesty, misinterpretation, and poor handling of government property are just a few of many that have hampered this nation's progress. Corruption did not exist in the Nigerian society before colonialism. Our traditional laws had very tough punishments or any misuse of power. And state resources. The organized indigenous system made leaders accountable to their people. Positions of authority were given to selfless servants who were Osariemen committed to community development. If a citizen accepted a position of leadership, he had committed himself to build their community and foster the general growth of all citizens. The colonial system partly eroded our traditional values. That promoted accountable leadership. Corrupt colonial antecedents like high lifestyle was also inherited by indigenous politicians who love luxury lives and keep many liabilities. They work very little and expect too much. Then, the morality crisis in Nigeria. Nigeria has been at the crossroad since the last 4 decades. This period has witnessed the most perennial development challenges. The decay in the moral base of many Nigerians is obviously an underpinning factor for the growth of corruption in this country. This period has witnessed most perennial development challenges. The decay in the moral base of many Nigerians is obviously an underpinning factor for the growth of corruption in this country. One cannot overemphasize the role morality plays in societal development. The absence of morality, sound behavior, even among some leaders, fueled many forms of unethical practices, especially corruption. When there is more discontent in the society, people who become prone to compromise. Once you compromise your values for greedy interests, you ultimately become prone to corrupt attitudes. And the passion of it transcends beyond just taking bribe and stealing. One becomes even more entrenched in a cycle of deadly businesses like human trafficking, drug trafficking, robbery, violence, and ritual sacrifices of human beings for protection, money, and power. Several people who pretend to be religious or honest citizens have been caught in such acts. You can name them, into the hands of every individual It is a marvelous power for good and evil, the silent, unconscious, unseen influence of his life. William George Jordan. Nigeria has some of the most hard-working people on earth. Immorality in public practice has created porosity for corrupt practices in this nation. People don't seem to execute their duties with any sense of morality. Perhaps, in pursuit of our individual successes, we have inadvertently become too obsessed with our own self-interest that we forget the foundation that holds us up, and we have been reaping too much from where we did not sow. Perhaps we don't see the need to sow. Some people have argued that there is no morality in politics. That is why some leaders and their followers subscribe to this philosophy, thereby manifesting moralizing disposition in their arguments, which consequently breed corruption. All citizens were brought to the center stage. It was not a fight of the government against its people, but a fight of the people against their own. Unacceptable habits. Singaporeans knew that for them to change into a developed country, into a developed economy, individuals had to back the government to avert all forms of unethical and immoral activities. But that had not been the case in Nigeria. Perhaps prolonged infiltration of immoral and unethical habits in the discharge of our duties and responsibilities has apparently jeopardized our collective development. Nigerian crisis of indiscipline. Human ethics are associated to discipline and morality. Discipline is rooted from those fundamentals that govern human effectiveness to the dimensions that are unarguably real and unchangingly natural, like the laws of gravity. Force, causes, and effect. Discipline is a natural law that is woven into the fabrics of every society throughout the history and constitutes the roots of every family and institution that has thrived and succeeded. Discipline plays a surface role in any human society. The degree to which we adhere to disciplinary principles or live in harmony with them will otherwise determine our survival and success or failure. I am not referring to some magical applications, but subscribing to principles that are practical to any enduring faith or religion, including mine as well. As all enduring social philosophies are an ethical system, it exists in all human beings, no matter their social conditioning, even though they may be submerged by disloyalty. I am referring to principles of fairness, from which our whole concept of justice and equity is derived. You are definitely aware of such disciplinary principles like integrity, honesty, dignity, loyalty, equity, love, sacrifice, patience, peace, kindness, and so on. The collapse of discipline among our people has significantly led to the growth of corrupt practices. Without discipline, people cannot respect common rules and principles. Students disrespect their teachers. Employees don't observe bylaws and work ethics. Juniors don't honor superiors. Children disobey parents. For example, traffic rules are often disregarded. An accident occurs indiscriminately on our highway. Nobody wants to abide by law. A policeman dare not arrest the child of a wealthy man for any wrongdoing, because the influential man will tell the policeman off or call his superior to question why he would attempt to arrest his child. Whether the child is right or wrong, this is tantamount to corruption. Levels of corruption. Levels of corruption in Nigeria. There are three levels of corruption common in Nigeria. There are petty corruption, political corruption, and grand or state corruption. Petty corruption. This level of corruption involve a situation where a public servant extract illegal fees, dues, or property from the general public for personal litigators, for personal aggrandizement. Examples are obvious. When you observe the ways and manners the public servants discharge their duties. Corruption has caused many public servants to take bribe and formulate evidence to escape responsibilities of their acts. Some highway police fail to perform their duties of avoiding security. But extort illegal fees from drivers, yet highway robbery attack always persist. Some head of secondary schools, university, polytechnics, and other public organizations don't give purchases or contracts to deserved contractors, but connive with their finance officer to make the procurement and produce fake invoice to escape responsibility. Corrupt local government, tax officials own fake receipts they administer out of business premises in the name of the council. They collect illegal fees and put in their private pockets. Well, yet they are paid salaries. Similarly, some medical personnel, especially government nurses, collect illegal fees from patients. Before attending to them. Worst of all is that the same medicines that are meant to be given free to these patients. This level of corruption promotes the exploitation of people in need of essential services. Political or ground corruption. This involves politicians and senior civil servants taking advantage of their position to enrich themselves. By looting away substantial amounts of money. But then, they loot away substantial amount of money or property that belong to the government. The EFCC declared in October 2007 the recovery of 625 trillion naira from corrupt Nigeria. Within a period of 4 years. In the same note, it said some judges in the country collude with looters to share the proceeds of financial crimes and resort to granting indiscriminate expert injunctions against the anti-graft agencies, corrupt ministers, governors, legislators, head of service, chairmen of councils, and directors commit political corruption through their power to control projects. The corrupt ones allocate contracts to their companies or those owned or registered in the name of their families or friends. 3. State corruption. This involves businessmen and other powerful people or institutions in or out of the country who exert influence of the government in order to distort government policies in their favor. It involves big investors. It involves big investors who bribe top government officials in order for their companies to win contracts or sabotage domestic industries so that they can sell their products in the market with little or no competition. When individuals collude with investors to boycott due process in order to gain contracts, the aloud scandal, which the EFCC unveiled, is a clear example. A subsidiary of aloud bribed Nigerian official $180 million in order to secure contracts worth $6 billion in Nigeria. Weekly Trust 14, 2009. In fact, this type of corruption diverts huge chunks of money and resources from government from government coffers, which would have been used for provision of basic needs of the citizen. Types of corruption in Nigeria. There are several types of corruptions. The type mostly faced in Nigeria are bribery, nepotism, embezzlement, extortion, influence peddling, corruption of youths, advance fee fraud, bribery. This is surely the most commonly heard form of corruption. Giving something or taking something illegally. Bribery is defined by the Black Law Dictionary as the offering, giving, receiving, or soliciting of any item of value to influence the action of an official or any other person in discharge of a duty. Some corrupt seniors and junior service servants request bribes from their fellow citizens before rendering required services. The influential ones have access to corrupt officers of the law who cover them up. The EFCC declared in October 2007 that some judges in the country collude with looters in sharing of proceeds of financial crime and resort to granting indiscriminate expatriate injunctions against the anti-graft agency. This day, 2007. Nepotism. This is favoritism. This is favoritism to relatives or friends. Any preferential treatment or partiality shown in favor or disfavor of one person or group against the other. Amounts to corruption. Corruption has exacerbated nepotism in this country to the extent that some qualified person in private or government services don't get promoted accordingly because they do not have any relative or godfather to influence their promotion. Dozens of qualified graduates are unemployed because they don't know anyone to influence their employment. Either because one uncle, aunt, father, or mother is at the position of authority, the person automatically gets employment, whether or not he or she is qualified. Serious students who spend sleepless nights under hard study conditions in school comes out with deserving qualifications are being disfavored against those who spend their days in school catching fun because they have relatives to influence their employment. At the end of it all, qualified graduates roam the streets while incapable persons are being employed in posts that need professionalism. See how corruption distorts and undermines the development of the nation. Square pegs are planted into round holes. That's why things cannot work in order. Embezzlement. Stealing money or other properties that belongs to the government or the establishment where one works or does business. It includes misappropriation, looting of public resources, creating and even underperformance. Corrupt public servants use government cars for private businesses, while others embezzle wealth meant for the development of the country. The EFCC disclosed in 2007 that since 46 years of Nigerian independence, about $220 billion, equivalent to 65 trillion, has been stolen by Nigerian leaders. Matthias, 2008. The stolen 65 trillion naira disclosed by EFCC was only part of $500 billion official development assistance granted to Nigeria during the 4 decades. If we add 65 trillion naira to the total earning from crude oil, which is at $600 billion, that is 84 trillion naira, by the African Development Bank, that would be 149 trillion naira. That is to say, our past leaders corruptedly stole our collective patrimony, which could have created or recreated the beauty and glory of Western Europe 14 times. Look, Oyekakeya, 2008. Different forms of embezzlement are taking place in the country. That is why all Nigerians are suffering today. Extortion. This occurs when a person or group unlawfully obtain money, property, or service from another person or group through coercion, intimidation, or threat of physical or image harm to obtain money, service, or property. Influence peddling, influence trafficking. This is when someone uses his or her influence in government or connection with people in authority to obtain favor or preferential treatment for someone in return for payment. Delay in files and documents in government departments and ministry have become a common experience. Documents that need quick attention, we have to pass through many protocols. Some, as a result of influence peddlers. When you go to most registries, including those of some courts, universities, polytechnics, and government ministries, you meet people lobbying. You meet people lobbying you to give them money to facilitate what you came for. Influence peddlers hang around embassies and ministries, claiming to be agents of ambassadors or ministers, and use such pretexts to extract illegal money from people. Corruption of youth. These include any form of physical, psychological, and material exploitation meted on young people by the elderly, either for crime or any act that contravenes morals, ethics, and values of the society. Corruption of youth. Corruption of youth is a common practice in Nigeria. Some adults or elites use young people as tools for violence, ritual killings, rumor, thuggery, or as laborers, hawkers, prostitutes, drug traffickers, and human traffickers. These youths unfortunately grow up assuming this corrupt habits are the normal way of life. Millions of underage children in this country are working or doing hard labors. I asked a female child hawker at Kaduna Central Market why she was not in school but hawking oranges. She said, "My auntie asked me to hawk to get money to go to school." Corrupt people take children from relatives in the village into the city in the name of training or helping them, but end up exploiting these children or using them as slave workers. Many underage children are used as bus conductors, constructors, laborers, and slave workers, truck pushers, carriers, etc. It is rather sad that perpetrators of this exploitation against children attribute such to the mantra of poverty reduction. Fraud. These involve cases where an individual or a group of persons manipulate facts and information in order to cheat a company, government, individual, or other group of persons. Common fraud in Nigeria are: 1. Examination malpractice. 2. False accounting. 3. Asset misappropriation. 4. Insurance fraud. 5. Intellectual property. 6. Money laundering. 7. Investment scheme fraud. 8. Electoral fraud. 9. Internet fraud, e.g. scamming, credit card, hacking. Below is a practical example of a fraudulent SMS sent to my phone. Mr. Joda, a man is after you. He has paid our bill to execute the assignment. I back out because I know you are innocent. But revealing the identity of this man is on 2 conditions. Is of 2 conditions. 1. Put 25,000 naira MTN airtime on this line. 081612372. 2. Secrecy of this info. Please erase the thought of 419. Latest this Friday. A similar SMS sent to me read: Congratulations, you have been selected as one of the MTN Millionaire beneficiary. Please send in all your details, your account number, and your ATM details in order to claim your cool cash. Deadline is on Monday. Congratulations for becoming a millionaire. Advance fee fraud. Internet scams. With the advent of internet communication technology, a new form of fraud emerges. These involve the use of internet businesses, internet messages to defraud people of their money, or by gaining access into their bank account. Scam messages promising financial benefits are sent to one phone or email as strap to lure the receiver. Millions of people are being defrauded through such messages, which they receive and get convinced by their content. Though greedy people are the ones that easily fall prey to such trap. However, everyone needs to be careful. Read this scam email that was sent to my mailbox. by an unknown fraudster. Congratulations, beneficiary. Tuesday, April 21st, 2009, from United Nations donation. Winner at un_info.com. To undisclosed recipients. United Nations Trust Fund. Switzerland Department of Humanitarian Affairs. Place the nation. Congratulations, beneficiary. Your email has been selected by the United Nations for a cash grant award of $1 million United States dollars for this year 2029 grant award. Your email address was selected during our random email balloting for the crash grant. And if you receive this email, it means you are a lucky beneficiary of our cash grant. The United Nations authorities has decided to give this award to 15 beneficiaries from around the world. To help facilitate and improve the standard of living to the Commission on the limit of the strong continental shelf for developing states. In particular, the least developed countries and small island developing states, and compliance with Article 76 of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. This grant is being aided by the United Nations Development Programme and the United Nations Trust Fund for Human Security. Then, for human security, your cash grant PIN number is, you are kindly obliged to contact our corresponding UN payment office in Nigeria, Africa, and they will give you details of how your fund will be remitted to you. You are requested to contact the event manager, / claim management / claim department. Send your winning identification. Send your winning identification number to fill the verification form below to enable him verify your claim. Full name for donation, residential address, date and place of birth, winning email, phone or fax number, name and address of next of kin, the sex, occupation, marital status, country, nationality. Do contact our payment office immediately. Below is another scam mail I received. I am Mr. Mohammed Ashram, Manager Telex, Department, Bank of Africa, BOA. I would like to know if this proposal will be worthwhile for your acceptance. I have a foreign customer, Manfred Hofmann, from Germany, who is an investor, a crude oil merchant, and federal government contractor that was a victim with Concorde Airline, Flight AF4 590, killing 113 people on July 25th, 2000, near Paris, leaving a closing balance of $10,300,000 United States dollars in one of his private US dollar accounts that is managed by me as the customer account officer. Based on my security reports, this fund can be claimed without any issues, as no one is aware of the fund and its closing balance except me and my customer, now deceased. Therefore, I can present you as the next of kin, and we will both work well. We will both work well and work out the modalities for the claiming of the fund in accordance with the law. Now, if you are really sure of your trustworthiness, accountability, and confidentiality on this transaction without disappointment, contact me through my private email address for further details. I expect your letter. Yours faithfully, Mr. Mohammed Ashram. In order for you to believe me honestly, Try and go through the website before you start with me. Below is the website. The Advance Fee Fraud and Other Fraud Related Offences Act 2016 of the EFCC provided detailed information on internet fraud and its penalties in Nigeria. From these text messages and the scam email, one will deduce that the sound fraudulent sound fraudulent. That means only a careless and impatient person would subscribe to such messages. Fraudster. They have their target audience. They know that greedy people don't take time to look at details. As long as money or the other benefits are mentioned, as they get attracted by the mention of big money. Therefore, get them right in the trap without delay. Intellectual property. Intellectual property fraud is a corrupt practices that threaten business growth and development. Small-scale industry cannot grow when their products are liable to piracy. Imagine how one spends time and money to think, initiate, and develop a product. Thank you. And finally put it into the market just for it. Just for you to discover that pirates are outselling you. What pirates do is quickly duplicate your product or idea and instead of you competing with similar producers, you rather will be competing with copycats who, if care is not taken, outrightly kick you out of the market and you are forced to close down. Imagine what happens to you if you borrowed money to begin a business. You certainly will be at risk of not being able to repay your lenders. This is a common corrupt practice in Nigeria. Prior to my completion from Abu Zaria, I developed friends.com, the first indigenous online social network that equates the like of Facebook, H15, HI5, and Badoo. This project took me years of hard work, extraordinary thinking, and resource. This project did not go anywhere. Someone stole the idea and marketed it before Maine was out. That was when I knew how a corrupt practice like piracy hurts. This project and why producers cry against piracy. And as a master of reality, piracy kills domestic industry. And reality, piracy kills domestic industries and individual initiatives. Illegitimate ownership of something one did not work for. Corruption further handicaps the government agencies' ability to check it. If those who are supposed to check piracy are themselves corrupt, why wouldn't piracy persist? The level of corruption has reduced because the fear of economic and financial crimes commission, EFCC, is the beginning of wisdom. The Nigerian Copyright Commission should take very stringent steps to curb piracy in the information and technology industry. Ganiyu Aziz, 2017. Examples of corruption in Nigeria. Corruption is not limited to cases of government and officials grinding off money for personal uses. It also includes the situation whereby the general system does not work well and the society is faced with diverse problems as a result of corrupt practice. A peculiar example is rampant bribery. Corruption has compelled people to offer bribe for services they need. Contract awarded to those who gave more money during bidding. When money is received from a contractor to speed up one contract application or other documents. When a police officer is bribed to ensure that one relative or friend is favored against another person is a case when contracts when a police officer is bribed to ensure that one relative or friend is favored against another person. In a case, a school teacher is bribed to illegitimately promote one child to a next class or level without such person passing the exams. An employer is bribed to influence employment for someone, friends, or family. Or friend. An admission officer is bribed to admit one child, friend, or relation into a college, university, or other competitive places when such an individual doesn't have the undeserving qualification, when the equipment of government or company where one works are illegally used to build one house or run one personal businesses. A student cheats during examination or offer a lecturer money or sex. In the case of a female student, to influence one result, that is corruption. Lecturers obtain bribes or exploit female students sexually or sexually to offer them grades. In fact, any form of misuse of public flower or any form of misuse of public funds, public power, finances, businesses, persons, or property to satisfy one's selfish interest is corruption. Who is guilty of corruption? All parties to the incident. All parties to the incident. All parties to the incident, the corrupter, the corrupted, and the observer. When someone or a group of persons directly or indirectly accepts, agrees, or offer to accept any gratification from any other person or group to benefit him or are, or them, or any other person, or vice versa. Such persons are identified as corrupters and or the corrupted and are equally guilty of corruption. The person who makes the offer or inducement to another person to commit a corrupt practice is a corrupter. The person who receives the person who received the offer, a person who received the offer or is induced by another person to commit a corrupt practice is the corrupted. A passive observer or accomplice a passive observer or accomplice is also as guilty as the corrupter or corrupted party. The police officer who collects an illegal dues from a driver and the driver who offers the dues and the passengers who watch the transaction are all guilty of corruption. The female student trading sex for marks is as corrupt as the lecturer who abuses students by sleeping with her and giving her marks whether or not she deserves it. Why corruption flourishes in Nigeria? There are many known reasons why corruption has thrived in Nigeria. Apart from colonial antecedents, apart from colonial antecedents, corruption flourishes in modern Nigeria because the general socio-economic and political environment is vulnerable. This is further amplified by the weak institutional checks on power. It is also partly because the decision-making processes remain very ambiguous and vague. Corruption, unlike in an accountable government, where corruption is expected to be absent. Corruption still strives in Nigeria partly because of the inability of civil societies to exert their power of agency. Inequalities in distribution of wealth and weak political will, corrupt practices prevail where people live in a system of injustice and involuntary poverty. When leaders are not accountable to the populace, when values, morals, and ethics are not considered as principal yardstick for recruitment into positions of responsibility, the society becomes a fertile ground for corruption. Leaders shy away from the responsibility they are meant to shoulder, forgetting that to whom much is given, much is equally expected. In Nigeria, we urge to be involved in corruption runs. In Nigeria, the urge to be involved in corruption runs through the vein of an average Nigerian. Matthias Okoye Oyoyo, 2008. The system has made it that corruption is enticing. And attractive. The mindset an average Nigerian is susceptible to the slightest corruption, to cheat. That is why even someone with a discernible integrity easily gets tainted once he gets the opportunity in public office. Matthias Okoye Oyoyo, 2008. Many people have decided to trade their integrity. Many people have decided to trade their integrity for corrupt acts. They perpetrate the acts for rough arts. They perpetrate acts that cause the lives of people and damage the society. Student wants to cheat during exams. Okoye wants to eat. Students want to cheat during exams with support from their parents. Students want to cheat during exams with support from their parents. Some teachers collect bribe. Some officials some teachers collect bribe from students to pass them. A corrupt police officer will prefer to collect bribe from a taxi driver with an overload taxi than ask and overload vehicle. Well, a corrupt officer, a corrupt police officer would prefer to collect bribe from a taxi driver with an overloaded vehicle than risk to collect officer from a rich man child. Most of the state-owned textile companies in Nigeria don't exist again. The refineries are in a state of upturned pain. Citizens, they collect the citizens' own money. The state-owned airlines. The state-owned airlines are a long forgotten story. Why the few? Why the few? Why the few poses a threat to safety? Those for the private own. Most of the aircrafts are Tokumbo planes that have either been overused or no longer meet the standards of corruption. A lot of corrupt directors have received bribes. Have received bribe from foreign companies and to sabotage home industry by either collecting these companies through dirty hanky packing or internationally allow company products to outsell home products. At the expense of poor and Nigeria. A lot of corrupt directors have received bribes from foreign companies to sabotage home industries. An interplay of corrupt deeds brought an influx of substandard textiles from China, which led to the collapse of the domestic textile company in Kaduna, Kano. Same is the case with sugar and other basic needs. Chapter 3. The evil and cost of corruption in Nigeria. Contemporary Nigeria has been characterized by myriads of political, social, economical problems which are all traced to corruption. Corruption is by far the greatest pain that needs to be comprehensively addressed if our country is to regain its time. If our country is to regain health and begin to function maximally for the benefit of the entire team, for the benefit and function maximally for the benefit of the entire Nigerian people. Chief Emeka and Naya Oku. Corruption has been the root cause to why millions of Nigerians are living in abject poverty and helplessness. Millions of children of schools age cannot have access to paid education. School graduates are unemployed because resources which would have been used to create employment and pay good salaries for all citizens is held by corrupt citizens. Corruption negatively affects everybody in the society, including those perpetuating it. All over the world, corruption is affecting people's lives in a multitude of ways. In countless cases, it costs lives, people, freedom, health, money. World Bank report. Reduction of national wealth. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. It's a thousand maxim. Wealth is a simple way for creating richness to be psychologically, material, or physical. It disarticulates the foundation upon which a country can activate fully. Clean business lead to good records and accounts, which helps in creating a sustainable atmosphere for profit, making on merit. But when the business is done behind small screen and the atmosphere necessary for effective wealth development in the economy is eroded by corruption, it becomes difficult for the nation to build wealth, to provide for the yearning and aspiration of its citizens. When there is corruption in society, the bulk of wealth melts for development is stolen away by corrupt citizens. Corruption kills foreign investments. Why has the foreign exchange earning of Nigeria decreased over the years? Why are there just few foreign investors in Nigeria as compared to countries like South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco? The answer to these questions are crystal clear. When there is corruption in any country, foreign investment is stealing away. Corruption makes the economy porous and vulnerable to high risks, uncertainties, and distrust. Investors don't want to invest in an environment where they cannot forecast the future of their business with utmost certainty and, of course, assurance. Corruption creates a suspicious business climate that discourages investors who want to invest millions of dollars into Nigeria. And in a world of business, no country is an island. The more there is a corrupt free climate in this country to lure investors, the more Nigeria gains. It is obvious that the youth in Nigeria it is obvious that the youth in Nigeria gain employment each time a new company spring up in Nigeria. Foreign investments like MTN, Chevron, to mention a few, employ thousands of Nigerians. This company pays taxes to Nigerian government and consume many services that raise revenue to Nigeria. Sound. They sleep in domestic hotels, patronize the local entries, pay for and make use of domestic transport services, transact into our bank, advertise on Nigerian media services, and equally partner with home institutions and group in the provision of certain social services. When there is a corrupt free climate in every nation, foreign investment increases and general society benefit economically and otherwise. Damages to Nigeria's international image and national prestige. No country is an island. Countries in the Committee of Nations live in a state of interaction on trade, technology, culture, tourism, sports, and entertainment. And entertainment. Because countries in the Committee of Nations, because country wants to live in harmony with each other. Each tries to behave in a way that is internationally friendly and ethical. That is why there are international trade laws, law of the sea, international sport laws, and technological regulation law that member nations follows. In fact, nations have to meet standards in order to gain international respect and dignity among other fellow nations. Nigeria is an active player in many world activities and deserves a lot of respect among other nations. Of recent, Nigerian image in the international community has been dented by corruption. Nigeria faces embarrassment at airports around the world because of corruption. In Nigeria, once you are identified as a Nigerian at the airport, the authorities will search you as though you were a criminal. This usual suspicion has a negative consequences on Nigerian image. The involvement by corrupt Nigeria in crimes like drug trafficking, human trafficking, and 419 activities has contributed in destroying Nigeria's prestige abroad. There is no doubt that only a few Nigerians commit this corrupt act, but the image of the whole nation is at stake. Ouch. The end result of the stain on all Nigerians is enormous. Innocent Nigerians have pointed bad fingers everywhere they go. I remember how we were embarrassed at Johannesburg Airport when citizens from other countries were allowed to board straight, but we from Nigeria had to be delayed in a secret room at the boarding where we were stripped almost naked, searched, and questioned as though we were criminals. This is what corruption is causing on Nigerian image. It undermines the contribution of great Nigeria to global technology, economy, and intellectual advancements. Go to Microsoft Corporation, General Motors, MBW, to mention a few. You will realize that Nigerians are behind some of the best innovations in the world. But because of corruption in Nigeria, the image of the country and its citizens is compromised. High crime wave and insecurity. When there is corruption, the society becomes entrenched in cycles of vulnerability to crime and insecurity. There's a higher risk of various forms of criminal activities. Armed robbers with sophisticated guns attack travelers on highway and home. Around the country, what about ritual killings, rape, drug trafficking, and child trafficking? These, alongside advanced free fraud like internet scam, credit card hacking, and snipping, are exacerbated by corruption. These factors create mutual distrust in the society. Everyone sleeps with an eye open because of insecurity. So, glaring as it is, aluminum railing and steel protector constructed to protect accidents along roads and bridges are stolen away by the very citizens of this nation. Drainage covers are stolen away. 419s use all forms of techniques to dupe people every day. People must construct houses with huge security fences, burglary-proof on doors and windows, and install high-tech security lock on cars to feel safe. People don't feel a sense of security because anything can happen. Kidnapping of politicians and business people at all-time high. Children stolen or killed on daily basis for ritual. Banks are robbed, passengers killed, and women raped through highway robbery. Nobody feels safe in their own country. These ills disorganize the society and make survival very uncertain. On August 17, 2009, at about 7 o'clock p.m., a transport Peugeot 504 I boarded from Abuja almost crashed after a narrow escape from an unknown robber who had blocked the road with heavy stones and stumps of trees near the NYC orientation camp along Abuja-Kaduna Highway. The shocking issue is that a police patrol car was just about 1 kilometer to that point. The scenario shows how corrupt and damaged Nigeria is. What are highway patrol policemen doing when robbers attack innocent people with confidence? Free survival of corrupt practices create free environment for crime to flourish. Crime is synonymous to corruption, and no society or its people can prosper with corruption, because the fundamental structure upon which development thrives are eroded through corrupt practices at the detriment of the generality. Below is an example of Guinness facilities installed in Abuja but stolen within a few years of its construction. Poor electricity supply. Nigeria has apparently become the world's biggest market for standby generators. There is, however, no doubt that corrupt individuals vandalize the power-holding corporation of Nigeria high and low voltage cable, aluminium and copper conductors, either to sell in black market or sabotage the industry to promote the sales of standby generator. Today, it is evident that millions of Nigeria suffer from many air-polluted related diseases as a result of uncontrolled carbon emission from the influx of standby generator. Who is to blame? PHCN is to blame for failure to deliver its duties. The insistence failure in power supply is an act of criminality and homicide of the highest order. Millions of households cannot make ends meet because electric power, which they depend upon to run either a photocopier or a small shop, is irregular. This failure is causing untold suffering on Nigerian masses. Investors are flying out of Nigeria because of high costs of running their companies on generators. Many Nigerians have lost their lives in hospital laboratories, women die in childbirth, and lots more due to power failure. Corruption in the power sector is a sordid story to tell. Corruption in PHCN is a central bane behind Nigerian present economic woes. Its transformers and electric facilities are abandoned in the bushes, making such equipment liable to theft, vandalism, fireborne, and even being turned into refuse dump. Such neglected equipment are hazardous to the community. Their properties worth billions to the nation being neglected by corrupt Nigerians who manage PHCN. If not for corruption, how on earth with a rich nation like Nigeria experience epileptic power supply. Beside the billions of naira allocated for new transformers and electric supply equipment every year, this product get bad in a short time, either due to poor maintenance culture by its managers or owing to the fact that corrupt contractors connive to buy substandard or TS or its already used equipment that are inefficient. No economy, no matter the intellectual prowess of its people or its natural endowment, can thrive without steady electric power supply. Undoubtedly, electric power supply is the backbone of any great economy. The absence of steady power supply in Nigeria is costing the country billions of losses every 24 hours. Imagine a farmer who needs electricity to run his or her poultry farm. Chickens need heat to stay healthy. What would be the fate of the farmer who does not have access to steady electricity and cannot afford standby generator to run his business? Besides the economic losses owing to power failure, the education of young Nigerians is at stake because without electricity, students cannot study. On the other hand, industries and businesses cannot operate well. Hospitals can't perform surgeries and everything fails. Corruption has handicapped the nation's ability to effectively provide for the needs and aspirations of the citizens, as well as attain commensurate development. Anti-Corruption Handbook for Nigerian youth. Damage to Nigerian tourism industry. Tourism is a great employer and a source of revenue in many countries around the world. In Morocco, Mauritius, Kenya, to mention a few, tourism accounts for over 50% of their GDP. Why can't Nigerians do even better? Tourism in Nigeria falls under the informal service, which all account for only 20% GDP of the economy. A country touristic value is enhanced by its great politics, culture, and social security. Nigerian geographic and unique cultural diversity is a comparative touristic advantage, but good culture and beautiful scenery and many good things that are known to attract tourists are not enough to invite tourists to Nigeria. Tourists want to visit places where their security is guaranteed. With armed robbery, attacks on our highway, kidnapping, and ethno-religious crisis, artificial fuel scarcity, uncontrolled commodity price hike, loss and never found items, poor disposal of debt, unfriendly attitude of transport personnel, and other unethical practices planted by corruption damages this lucrative industry that should create employment for youth and raise income for the economy. Tourism requires order, sanity, security, and environmental friendliness. When corruption is absent, tourism flourishes. Social and political instability. Corruption increases the strong vulnerability upon which violent conflicts grow. When the system is corrupt, there is a disruption of normal trends leading to high risks of various forms of violence and damages to life and property. Corruption creates tendencies for citizens with selfish interests to use tribal, religious, and resource allocation issues to fuel instability in the nation. Nigerians have witnessed different types of ethno-religious and resource control related crises, which are apparently a result of corruption. It happened in Kaduna State, Bauchi State, Taraba State, Imo State, Lagos State, Kwara State, Kogi State, Kano State, Zamfara State, Plateau State, Niger Delta Region, Borno State, and others. Millions of Nigerians have lost their lives to various preventable violence in this country. Corruption further creates the loopholes which inconsiderate elites use youth as agents of instability. Where did some Nigerian youth get the rifles and AK-47s with which some of the civil disturbances were fought with? Hungry youth fall prey of corruption because a hungry mind is a desperate mind. Threats to patriotism and nation building. Corruption erodes the loyalty of citizens in the government and public institutions. When some citizens feel underprivileged or treated unjustly in their own country, they become passive about nation building. When citizens lack access to basic needs, they become aggressive at government policies. Corruption causes unscrupulous citizens to loot national wealth, and a general sense of frustration and apathy grows. Honest and hardworking citizens who ought to positively contribute to nation building tend to either migrate out of the country or become tempted to join the corrupt trend, or decide to stay but don't get involved in national development. When citizens are not patriotic to the nation, there is no mutual love, no dedication to development, no strong will, no enthusiasm, and they turn to neglect government properties. For every nation to develop, it needs patriotic citizens. Corruption is a threat to patriotism because it kills the love and passion citizens should have for their nation, thereby hindering national development. Corruption undermines democracy. The rule of law. The rule of law, accountability, and justice, which are prerequisites for democracy and good governance, are compromised by corruption. Man by nature is selfish. According to the masses, man wants to accumulate too much wealth, security, comfort, and luxuries to gain too much power. But power without limit is chaos, and a community without equity is a chaotic one. In a democracy, people are judged by the content of their character, not by virtue of their wealth. Corruption is a silent virus that disrupts the social equilibrium in society. It undermines the supremacy of the rule of law. It weakens the ability of the government to initiate, execute, and adjudicate policies, equitably making a nation liable to injustice, fraud, human rights abuses, violence, intolerance, breakdown of law and order, and democratic stagnation. It weakens the check and balance on the separation of power which democratically should exist between three arms of government: legislature, executives, and judiciary. High rates of poverty and destitution. Nigeria is so rich, yet so poor. What a paradox. Poverty in Nigeria is linked to the rampant lack of basic human needs like adequate nutritious food, decent houses, clean drinkable water, clothing, and health care services, etc. With increased rate of poverty, many people become victims of malnutrition and epidemic diseases. Nigerian natural resources are estimated to surpass the wealth of all the nations of West and Eastern Europe put together. But Nigeria is recorded as one of the world's poorest countries. Poverty has brought untold hardship as inflation increases. Unemployment escalates and essential commodities so expensive for low-income earners. The discovery of petroleum in the 60s prompted great economic earnings and boosted large investments in oil, agriculture, infrastructure, and social services. These large investments, often joint ventures with private corporations, soon fade due to corruption. By 2006, Nigeria's gross domestic product (GDP) was $115 billion. The GDP has constantly slumped, partly owing to corruption in economic management and dependencies on the oil. The oil market was $81 billion in 1985, $33.2 billion in 1994, and $40.5 billion in 1995. In 2006, Nigerian GDP per capita was only $797, among the lowest in the world. Apart from constant depreciation of the naira value, corruption in the whole system has caused poverty to hit Nigeria's economy, notably with cutbacks in service and increase in fees for basic goods and services. With 8% average annual rate of inflation from 2000 to 2006, the economy is facing serious downturn. Corruption has destroyed the income earning potentials of the people and thwarted private sector opportunity, making survival very difficult for common people. Street begging, homelessness, unemployment, prostitution, mental illness, drug dependency, school dropout, and poverty at its peak. Poor parents cannot provide food for their children, not to talk of paying fees. Under the bridges have become homes to some who cannot afford shelter. Apparently, a rich country turns poor by corruption. Wasteful national spending. Without a doubt, corrupt practices distort the way government uses its money, resources which the government can judiciously use to initiate and execute new developmental projects for its citizens are otherwise used to repeat failed projects. You will agree with me that many incomplete national, state, and local government projects appears in record as completed with documentation to prove, whereas there is no such project on ground. This is because such projects were executed by corrupt contractors in partnership with corrupt directors. Where a director awards a contract to his or her company and the contract inspector is a beneficiary of the contract, and what will be the result? How will due process be followed? Most newly constructed roads don't last up to 6 months, not to talk of a year. We notice potholes and collapse that lead to unwarranted road accidents. It is a disgrace that we all admire the infrastructural development in Europe and those who embarked the project in Europe and America. Evidently, you will testify that from those who embarked the project to those who executed and those who maintained the project mean business for their countries. Nigerian airports that were constructed just few years ago have led to plane crashes due to bad construction. Look at the statistics of deadly accidents on the Kaduna to Benin Gwari Highway to Lagos, Enugu Port Harcourt Highway, Kefilafia Akwanga to Makurdi, Kefitulafia Akwanga to Makurdi Highway, Kaduna to Bauchi, Gombe to Yola Highway, to mention just a few. It is true that accidents are natural, but it is even more true that they can be prevented. The high rate of accidents on Nigerian highways are as a result of poor planning of the road, poor construction, poor maintenance, reckless driving by road users, and poor implementation of highway laws. Money that ought to be used to construct new road is being spent to repair badly constructed roads. Sadly, both the rich people and their family and the poor ones have lost their lives in accidents on this road and airports due to corruption in their construction. That is why when you are given a post of responsibility, you should do your best to discharge your duties in good faith and fairness so that lapses you leave don't work against you. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, for many years is unable to put its refineries to production capacity. Everyone in the society, including those who are responsible for these corrupt practices, suffer the consequences of fuel scarcity and long fuel queues. Only God knows what went wrong with the textile companies in Nigeria. Round this country, uncompleted projects that worth billions abound. That is how corruption diverts state resources into wasteful ventures while citizens remain hungry and poor. Rent seeking. Rent seeking destroys competition and efficiency in delivering of public and private services, and economy grows when new firms and companies spring up and old ones are maintained. New firms need to pay for license, permit, tax to get into the market. When there is corruption, some licensing officials demand bribes. Some licensing officials demand bribes to issue this license and permit, and firms that are not willing to pay such bribe are forced out of the market because they are refused licenses and permits. No matter how vital these services and goods are to the society. As a result of rent seeking, a few companies bribe their way into the economy. As such, they produce and sell substandard goods to the public due to the fact that the internal structure that ought to check their activities is corrupt. Rent seeking affects consumers negatively, in that consumers are bound to buy inferior goods at high prices, and that is exactly why prices of basic goods and services get higher every day, making life difficult to common Nigerians. 4. In education standard. Education is the most important tool for development in any community. The scientific and economic advancement of the development nation of America, Europe, and Asia is directly a result of quality education. Thank you very much. I'll be taking a break now.
The ancient city is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. The king of the city is marching. Stand up high to the pride of the land. The founding fathers have labored, and our time to serve is now. The glory of the new Edo nation will forever be our pride. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Our treasures are found in all nations, and our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written, how our kings have endured all times. Our people cultured in unity, our hearts beat for the land. Rich culture, stories of heroes, legacies forever be. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Unite and stand with each other, forgive and let it go. Together we can stand, come what may, and our future lies in us. Teach our children to teach their children what our fathers taught. To fear and love the Creator, only then shall we succeed. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing ancient city is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. The king of the city is marching. Stand up high to the pride of the land. The founding fathers have labored, and our time to serve is now. The glory of the new Edo nation will forever be our pride. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Our treasures are found in all nations, and our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written, how our kings have endured all time.
Affects consumers negatively, in that consumers are bound to keep to buy inferior goods at high prices, and that is exactly why prices of basic goods and services get higher every day, making life difficult to common Nigerians. 4. In education standard. Education is the most important tool for development in any community. A country with innovative intellectuals is bound to progress. Genuine intellectual development is important for Nigerian development. Corruption damages the educational standard of any nation by the school system. Cheating and other form of malpractice has distorted our educational development. What we have now is not an education system starting from primary and secondary school, because the man who opens a school today has a plan to buy a Rolls Royce through the school and forget about putting the right infrastructure in place to give quality education. Eke LS 2009. Dependency has taken away the genius of many young Nigerians. Some cannot write examinations on their own. They prefer to pay someone to impersonate, write exams on their behalf. Such students never get serious because they have a belief that they can buy results. Other instructors sexually exploit female students in exchange of grades. Sadly, some secondary schools authority connive with corrupt examinations board officials to make fraudulent grades for their students in order for their schools to record high points in the SSC, WAEC, NECO scoring. The sad result is that these schools apparently destroy the future of these youths who are brought up in such system. No matter how naturally intelligent they are, they will grow up to be corrupt. Many graduates have excellent certificates, but when called for interviews or put on the job, they cannot defend such certificates. I have a good number of youths who suffer such consequences because their schools help them to pass exams. I know students that got admitted into Abu Zaria in 1999 to read human medicine, but were withdrawn for incapability. Many are withdrawn every year from Abu Zaria due to inability to read choosing courses. A few number of my classmates left either on their own or because the university withdrew them for weak performances. It is rather a paradox to see a student with 7 credits or more in the SSCE or WAEC or 250 points in JAM but unable to pass a simple university class test. In primary school, you cheated. In secondary school, your school administrator bribed exam officials and you pass. Now, in the university, you can't pass again because the system is independent and it is either you bribe if the system is corrupt or you are withdrawn because you cannot make it. Thanks to the Ministry of Education for introducing new techniques to avoid exam malpractice. Undoubtedly, education remains the greatest weapon against ignorance everywhere in the world. Innovative youths are making cutting-edge advances in different entrepreneurial pursuits. Somewhere, developers, programmers, analysts, and business experts are people who did what true learning requires. Today, being the CEO of Success Guide Consulting, I effectively deliver trainings to hundreds of individuals and institutions all over Africa in entrepreneurship and human resource management because I did just what it takes. I knew that to become a great man, I had to work hard. Only hard work pays dividends. Parents have a key role to develop a mindset of their children to be productive individuals. Corruption seriously kills individual potential to develop. The National University Commission (NUC) recently published in the Zero Tolerance magazine of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC). EFCC 45 higher institutions said to be operating illegally in the country. How can illegal educational constitution provide good education? It is provide good education. The Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEB, recently declared over 3,000 fake NCE teachers, certificate holders, who applied for recruitment as teachers. If teachers with fake certificates find their way into teaching, what will they teach their pupil or students? They will surely train doctors that will only know how to kill patients, engineers that will blow up machines, and of course, directors and managers that will only know how to mismanage state resources and properties. Loss of life and properties. Corruption is much more than just bribery and embezzlement. It goes beyond the few acts of ethnical decay. Imagine what happens when a child overthrows a broken bottle, into a gutter, knowing or not knowing the consequences. Another child down the village side without shoes jump into the gutters to play and get a cut from the bottle and get infected with tetanus, there's a problem somewhere. Who do we blame? Is it the parents of the boy who did not teach his child how to dispose rubbish properly, or the government department for environmental sanitation which did not teach the public how to dispose dirt properly and did not provide waste bin? Or is it the school teachers who didn't teach the pupil that throwing dirt carelessly is hazardous? Or do we blame the parent of the child who sustained an injury from broken bottle in a gutter for not averting the child from playing in the gutters, and for not providing shoes to the child? That is how corruption affects our society. It starts from little things and manifests into very big problem that later endangers the life of everyone. Consequences of corrupt acts. Consequences of corrupt acts affect the government as it affects individuals. We remember the huge loss of life of dear Nigerians in stretches of preventable plane crash few years ago. Though every man-made machine has limits, but in a popular regard, we are aware of the role corruption played in the series of airline crashes in Nigeria that trembles everyone worldwide. It became very clear that corruption was responsible for the sordid scenarios. According to the BBC, former President Olusegun Obasanjo angrily criticized the aviation officials live on television, saying corruption had tainted the sector, causing death and great losses to the nation. He said, "There are a lot of corner cuttings at the expense of precious lives of Nigeria." In September 1992, 158 people were killed when a transport plane crashed. Nigerians took it as a mistake that needed correction, but shockingly, another one crashed by November 1996, in which 142 people died. It was a Boeing 727 airlines that plunged into lagoon some 85 kilometers from Lagos. According to the BBC, just a few years later, by May 2002, we recorded another incredible loss when another airline crashed in the north, killing 148 people. It came in succession like a Shakespeare tragedy. Families of victims of various plane crashes did not finish mourning their loved ones. The tragedy of October 2005 shocked the world when a plane owned by Bearviews Airline crashed into Ogun State, killing 117 people. That is not all. In December 2005, barely a month and some days later, the DC-9 Sosoliso airline plane crashed at the Port Harcourt runway, killing over 100 lives, including 75 school children from the Loyola Jesuit School in Abuja, heading home to Port Harcourt for Christmas holiday. Parents waiting to pick up their beloved children at the airport, ended up seeing their children roasting up in desperate helplessness. We watched it happen. It was terrible. We just watched our children burning without being able to help, said Ngozi Ugochukwu, who lost our 13-year-old son in the crash. According to Reuters, it was said the airport did not even have firefighters to quench the fire. Where did all the federal allocation to the airport authority go to? Oil bunkering and pipeline vandalism. Some people have argued that the discovering of petroleum in Nigeria was a curse, not a blessing. This is, however, not true, but corruption in the industry might make one to subscribe to that analogy. Hundreds of able Nigerians have lost their lives in crude oil pipelines explosions caused by vandalism. In an attempt to steal oil by vandalizing the pipeline, it either results into fire that burn up people or spills that intoxicate the victim and damage the environment. The illegal business of oil bunkering and pipeline vandalism is a bad child of corruption perpetrated by some Nigerians and their illegal foreign clients. Some Nigerians whom the nation look upon with respect as responsible statesmen are masterminds of these activities through which they make huge overnight billions. One school of thought argues that pipeline vandalism in Nigeria is associated to selfish interests of contractors who are hungry for contracts to repair vandalized pipes. So, they sponsor such vandalism. Innocent villagers who don't know how dangerous it is to venture into such illegal oil business get burnt up by the fire from the explosion. The vandalization of pipeline kills life and wastes crude oil or refined petroleum products, which will have been used for the growth of the nation. That is not all. Have you thought of the environmental cost? It causes huge environmental damages. People die, livestock die, wild animals and great variety of insects dies. Forests and rich habitats get depleted. Rich aquatic lives like fishes and seafood we depend on dies when oil spills and pollute the rivers and seas. The fire caused by oil spills destroys farmland with food crops, causing food shortages for millions of people. These consequences of this act include hunger, drought, misery, desertification, diseases, malnutrition, and poverty. Corruption manifests in diverse ways and causes many social and environmental losses. It is not something to be overlooked unless we want to remain in poverty and misery. In the middle of plenty A vandalized pipeline in Lagos killed over 200 people, leaving over 300 others seriously injured, according to OB Akpere 2006. This does not only bring grief to the affected families, but enormous losses to properties worth billions that would have otherwise been used for creating wealth for Nigerians and for developing the nation. The effect of corruption goes round and round, affecting the lives of everyone in the society. No matter his or her creed, religions, and language, it affects you as it affects me. Inequality between the rich and the poor. Corruption has raised huge societal stratification among Nigerians to an inexplicable level. The haves and the haves, the haves and the have-nots live side by side in a complex of abject poverty and richness. With corruption, the institutional capacity to enable proper sectorial linkages for society to equitably distribute its resources is absent. Apart from the presence uncontrolled overpopulation, corruption pushes too high the unequal distribution of resources in a nice in economy. Inability to meet good standard of living, inadequate education and employment opportunities, environmental degradation, unfair demographic trend, and poor welfare incentives. Any commodity where the regulatory mechanisms to balance social relations is absent, there is bound to be large inequalities. Corruption exacerbates this unequal social relation. What we see is a situation of extreme poverty and extreme riches. It becomes almost impossible for any balance in economy, political, and social relationship amongst people in the society. Corruption reduces the average income level of ordinary people because corrupt individuals illegally amass large bulk of the nation's wealth, thereby causing economic disequilibrium. Wealth that ought to be fairly distributed among the generality through genuine income earning channel is embezzled by few individuals, thereby reducing the living standard of the general public. This creates a continuous cycle of poverty. It makes the rich richer and the poor poorer, thereby causing underdevelopment. That is why majority of Nigerians are living in slums and congested settlements where they are exposed to epidemic diseases like cholera, meningitis, polio, typhoid, malaria, etc. Apparently, mass unemployment. Apparently, millions of young Nigerians are unemployed. Though government is not the only source of employment, corruption has hindered access to social service and employment opportunities, including an enabling environment upon which self-development can thrive. It becomes difficult to have equitable and fair distribution of employment in the system. When corrupt citizens swindle public funds that ought to be invested into income-generating ventures, unemployment escalates. As a result of that, many impatient youth dives into crime like cultism, drug trafficking, human trafficking, ritual killing, and other societal vices like prostitution, etc. Corruption obviously destroys the entrepreneurial ecosystem of a society. Misallocation, misuse of public resources. Corruption causes the diversion of public resources. Diversion of public resources supposed for necessary infrastructure such as schools, hospitals, and roads, or the supply of electric power and drinking water to rural areas. Great Benin 4, the age of Ogiso reform. 1050 to 1130 AD. By Osariemen S.B. Omoroge, PhD, MNIM. The Russell Book in African Studies. ISBN 978-273-4470. Chapter 1. Hills and Valleys in the Age of Reform. Of the coronation of Oriagba Nego the Adorable in 1050 AD holds a midpoint significance in the history of the Ogiso monarchy. Before that event, the experience of royal rule in Great Benin under the Ogiso rulers had from 900 AD lasted 6. After the midpoint, the experience took another 6 generations before the Ogiso era finally came to an end. Before and after the midpoint, the experience took another 6 generations to era end. Before and after the midpoint, the history is one of 2 contrasting phases of socio-political commitment. The first phase, 900 to 1050 AD, was one of a virgin land, famine, where the wood of political rule had to be felled in order to open out a usable farmland. In the second stage, 1050 to to 1200 AD. It was a farmland harvest phase where the weed, hindering a smooth political rule, had to be kept in check in order to maintain a desired stability for the farm yearly yield. It was the experience of the monarchy in the first phase was exciting and explorative. Though rough and circumspective, in the second phase, the experience was a thrilling and exploitative, though rough, though tough and refreshing. The first half saw the reign of 22 kings. The second saw 10 kings on the throne. The first half ended with a gruesome struggle for the throne and for a change in the system of government. Out of it, Oriagba, the 23rd Ogiso, emerged, flagging a message of durable, broad-based reformation. The second half ended with a deliberate determination to protect the ideas of the Reformation and expurge any inhibition on its smooth performance. Against this policy, held legally and firmly in the hands of kingmakers of Great Benin, Ogiso Owodo, the 31st king, fell horribly foul and was disposed and ostracized. The kingmakers, Adionisi, then undertook to maintain an interregnum, during which nobleman Evian, the victor over the monster Osogan, was anointed to administer the state. While they embarked on all the possible steps to bring back the rightful, even if they had to nurture his offspring for it. This exercise took them 70 years to accomplish. The first phase was a founding phase. It saw the creation of great Benin futures of monarchical unification out of a background of individualistic villages environment. The villages of Ubini Nova and Ubini Noria, where the Odiowere had long had sway, began to recognize authority outside the local. During this period, a purge was made and establishing a dynasty, that of Igodo, the same family line. The Odigbo Giso were pampered to back up the purge or in expectation of reward, among which was the right of royal council membership as a senior noble, where the Igodo line failed to produce a ruler to ascend the throne after the reign of Orire, the third Ogiso, the senior noble of the royal council, decided to set aside the hereditary system. They asserted royal authority for themselves and set out to rule as kings by the use of the rotational system. This system brought unprecedented weakness to the monarchy, so that within a period of 50 years, as many as 19 kings mounted the throne. The changes which subsequently followed were directed towards a rescue out of this one mirror. This reformation, which came in the second half of the Ogiso era, started with the effort to bring order into the political system through the installation of the primogeniture law, primogeniture law in a specially guided way. The law became an all-time cornerstone for the Benin monarchy. When the hereditary succession system, which is embodied, had a hitch in the inability of Enede, the 26th Ogiso, to have an heir, as in the case of Orie, the kingmakers used the next of kin provision in the law and invited Oriagba, younger line, represented by Oude, to sustain its continuity. Again, when Owodo, the 31st Ogiso and 5th of the Oude dynasty, was banished from the throne after he committed the crime of Kirikuva, the great nobles took the step to search for the whereabouts of his strangled fleeing son, Ekaladera, so as to plead with him to keep the throne alive. They persisted in this effort to maintain the line until Owodo, great-grandson, was crowned Eweka. Who became the 32nd king of Great Benin and the first king of the Oba era. The midpoint year, 1050 AD, of the Ogiso era seemed destined to bring political stability to the succession system in Great Benin. It has since remained the bedrock of the monarchy peace, pride, and integrity in the kingdom, even till the present day. Years of rebirth. The period of 80 years, 10502 to 1130 AD, covered by the age of Ogiso reform, which is the focus of this book, consists of 70 years of rebirth and 10 years of setback. The years of rebirth have been described as the 3 generations of glorious achievement which followed after the death of Idiaye. Death of Idiaye. The years of rebirth has been described as the 3 generations of glorious achievements which follow out of the death of Idiaye, the 22nd Ogiso. Though the Uhoran encomiums of the achievement of the 6th king Oriagba, Odoligwe, Odoligie, Uwa, Eneden, Ode, Alodua, at this period, would tend to draft the foundation glories of the Igodo dynasty. The fact remains, historically, that's what the new monarch were concerned about. That is to bring back the glories of Igodo dynasty, which of the Igodo dynasty, which the do-nothing Ogiso had greedily plugged into a dark day experience. The kings of the years of rebirth. The kings of the years of rebirth was Oriagba 1050 to 70 AD, who re-established the primogeniture practice and made it an all-time law. He re-established the guides and was the first Ogiso to lead the royal pilgrimage team to Uwe. 2. Odolige 1070 to 85 AD, who created the Benin army and re-established the king political control. Over the Osun Orogodo area of Idu land, which was described as Ubini land or Igodomigodo. Ua 1885 to 95 AD. Who extended Great Benin international trade to all parts of Idu land and beyond, and brought brass and ores, zinc. What about the zinc of him? Report. Enede 1095 to 1110 AD, who expanded the productive base of the people of Great Benin, especially through the effort of guide folks and participation in the international trade. The trade begun by Ua was thus maintained undiminished. 5. Onde Ohede 110 to 112 AD, son of Odolige, younger brother Obote, who preferred to start his own dynasty. Unegie, he introduced the Ugbo Owina economic policy to support the guide workers and prevent them from unduly diverting their attention into personal farming. He sought to reinforce Oriagba primogeniture plan by introducing for consideration a female content into the next of kin scheme in the law. It was rejected by the Royal Council. Odua 1112 19 AD. The 28th king, whose reign in Great Benin saw amazing development in agrarian, commercial, artisan, and aesthetic activities, it was all short-lived. It raised the people's mind to new ventures in Idu land. Now, Odua 1112 to 19 AD, the 28th king, whose reign in Great Benin saw amazing development in agrarians, commercial, artisan, and aesthetic activities. It was all short-lived. It raised the people mind. It raised the people mind to good ventures in Iduland. Emigration was high. The great famine soon set in, and as inflation rose, with a bewildering cash flow of cowrie, money in the midst of a low domestic money in the midst of a low domestic production. These six kings of the age of Ogiso, these six kings on the age of Ogiso reform were the kings that made the age a classical one. They raised the Ogiso monarchy to the hilltop of development. From there, however, it slipped into valley of gloom and confusion that characterized the 80 years that follows, years of setback. The classical age gave the glory of the Benin monarchy such an attraction in Iduland that the reigning Ogene of Hue, Oduduwa, Obarimo made a memorable reflection on the development in it and called it Gidigbi, Ubini Gedegbe, meaning Ubini the huge, Ubini the mighty, Ubini Gedegbe. This story came with Ogiso Oduwa when he made a pilgrimage visit to Ue 1115 AD during his reign. Little was it known that the king's reign will soon be followed by years of depression, which brought a dismal setback in the state march of civilization. The years of setback took two forms. 1119 to 26 AD, which saw 7 years of a most frustrating famine in the land, and 70 years, and 1130 to 1200 AD, we saw the 70-year situation of a kingdom without a king in Great Benin. The latter had been seen. The latter had been seen as being of such significance in the history of Great Benin that it has become necessary to classify it as an age of its own, the age of Ikaladea. Both the famine and the kingless crown were incidents which brought a depressing experience, a deepening of the valley to the fortune of great king. This section will only highlight the famine and name the kings that suffered under it. These kings were Obioye 1119 to 21 AD, who was the first king to experience the famine which brought Great Benin prosperity into a valley of despair. Money, cowrie, was plentiful, but food or farm produce was scanty. The king ordered that no one should buy and sell with money. He introduced what the people called the Ihobioye. Ihobioye, untouchable money method, as a means of checking the inflations. It turned out to be a negative measure. Arigo 11121 to 25 AD, who was the second king that experienced the 7-year famine. He ordered that double payments should be made on everything bought, and the second payment coming to the king. With this method, Io succeeded in reducing inflation through the use of his Igarigo method. This was a positive method. By the time he died, the famine had virtually come to an end. Owodo. (1125 to 30 AD). Owodo, the 31st king of Great Benin, who failed to manage A, the post-famine recovery to save the state from chaos, and B, the post-coronation domestic life to save the dynasty from failure. He committed the crime of Kirikuvwa, killing a pregnant woman, and was punished with disposition and banishment. By 1130 AD, a combination of events had plunged Yogiso monarchy into an abyss, which brought the good reforms of his glorious days into a state of confusion. Out of this political experience, which lasted 70 years, Great Benin recovered with a change of name from Ogiso monarchy to Oba monarchy, the spirit of Igodomigodo. It is argued that the ability of Great Benin is to recover from its later days valley of the Ogiso monarchy, to renew height with the use of Oba as its new royal name was due largely to the imperishable spirit of Igodomigodo, which lay behind the socio-political development of the monarchy. Igodomigodo stood for the spirit of unity among all the towns and villages of Ubini land in Ohosun Orogbodo area of Idu land. This idea of unification was conceived 900 AD when Igodo adopted Igodomigodo as a compromise name in his encounter with Odionwe of Udo, who had sought to frustrate him with a series of provocative gifts after the death of his son, the heir apparent. Igodo sought to bring peace and unity to all the communities of Ubini Nova and Ubini Nuria. This could not be realized unless he was ready to bring Udo into understanding with himself. Though his Odigbo Giso were still formidable and capable of suppressing any rising against the king, Igodo chose to adopt a personal diplomatic stand with Udo so that it might not appear as if he was waging a war on his father's people. Igodomigodo was conceptually prone to be given a narrow interpretation as well as a broad one. Under the narrow interpretation, Igodomigodo was considered to be essentially synonymous with the Igodo dynasty. That was why After Ogiso Orire died, hairless, and the aristocrat of the royal council had to assume the responsibility for sustaining the monarchy, they did not, in their own interest, after they adopted the succession to the throne on the rotational basis. On the rotational basis, they did not think anymore that Igodomigodo was politically relevant to the kingdom over which they ruled as Ogiso. After some time, they ceased to use the name Igodomigodo. They turned back to use the name of Ubini instead as the name of the kingdom. Yet, the spirit of unification and monarchical integrity, which Igodomigodo stood for, continued to prevail, especially in the subsequent effort to preserve the Ohosun Orogodo area with some form of royal presence. Under the broad interpretation, Igodomigodo is considered to be on a higher plane than the vicissitudes which may befall the monarchy at any time. It is the embodiment of the spirit of the people, the quintessence of what emerged as the permanent future of Great Benin. It is the only name by which Great Benin can be mirrored from its broad-based roots before the age of growth in the Guinea rainforest zone. In this context, Igodomigodo grew to be a name of socio-political inspiration among the great people of Great Benin at home and in diaspora. It turned out to be the only name of unique identity bequeathed to the people of all time, sociocultural pride. Wherever Igodomigodo festivals is mentioned at any time, it is aimed at conjuring such unifying inspiration in all Beninese that it will flash the national memory back to its remotest roots. Igodomigodo is broadly a name of many parts for Benin people. It is used to give a oneness expression to the homogeneous development of Ubini land in language, art, religion, cultural tradition, and economic life. Once it came into use, it rose above the idiosyncrasies of reigning monarch or the vicissitudes of the Benin monarchy itself. It became a veritable platform for the identification of Great Benin as the oldest, and the most enduring growth poster in Idu land. In the present day, the spirit of Igodomigodo lives in what we have been referred to as the Great Benin splendor. Long awesomeness within the transformational changes of the Nigerian nation. The Ubini Way, Eastern and Western routes in the 11th century AD. Oriagba, the lawgiver. The coming of Ogiso Oriagba, 1050 AD, and Ediated there was a serious succession dispute which the senior nobles could not resolve by conventional method. The Ogiso successions, patterned by age, was easy to operate. The royal council, as long as senior nobles admitted its age creation situation and was satisfied with it. This situation could, however, be complicated in one or two ways. Several claimants have, in one or two ways, several claimants may have the same age and the same problem of ranking them, especially as they came from different villages and different backgrounds. It might be heightened by the refusal of one to 2 years or the other. The other compilating factors might arise where an upstart noble with a formidable political force attempted to jump the age hurdle and seize the crown. The succession dispute that occurred after their death took the form in which several nobles claimed the same age and none would want to yield to the other in the bid to crown Ogiso. The senior nobles, as it was, could not choose who would be Ogiso. So the Asein could not perform the coronation ritual and confirm the choices. For some time, it also raged on. And this complicated the work of the Asein. Essentially, their work was to ensure that at any point in time there was a king on the throne. To stop this stalemate, the senior nobles decided to refer to the chiefs to an oracle. With this decision, the question shifted from finding out who was the oldest among the claimants to who would make the best king. Each claimant was asked to nominate an oraculist for consultation. All of them were tied round on each question. At first, they selected 3 claimants that were most favored. By the result, then 2, and finally 1. That one turned out to be Oriagba. At first, Oriagba hailed from the village of Orogotodi, the area where Ibiwe, Idumebo, and a mountain circle now exist in Benin City. The father, who was popularly known as Obo, or as Obo, they are not writing this thing, as Obo, native doctor, was a diviner renowned for the use of herbal drugs and had a big shrine around which there was often a lot of feasting, drumming, and dancing. Oriagba grew up under his father and was thus often described as Osariemen Ovibo, Osariemen Obi-Obo, meaning Osariemen is the son of a doctor. His father, he was a drummer. There was a big drum made of cylindrical wood, hollowed and covered at both ends with a leather sheeting. In earlier time, the beating of a head drum was very fashionable among traditional doctors because it was believed to possess the power of conjuring up the spirit and elements of their art to produce effective performance. Osariemen became so expert in beating in his drum art that his popularity grew with the fame of his father. It was said generally that without Osariemen drumming, his father would not successfully undertake his divination exercise or propose cure effective with his medicine. It was as a result, among the people generally, especially the client of his father, Osariemen acquired great honor and respect. He was often distinguished with the praise expression, Osariemen the Adorable. Marksmanship was another sport which Osariemen made a name in. In this art, he was said to have excelled his age mates. He could throw the spear skillfully and shoot the arrow keenly, and he hardly missed the target. Osariemen was also believed to possess certain mystic gifts which made people fear to incur a curse from his mouth. On his own, he hardly cursed people. Apparently, because he was conscious of the effect, but it had to do with so conscious of his effect, but if he had to go to do soul step, we are quickly taking. But if he had to do some step, we are quickly taking towards a recantation. Was recantation. Osariemen was not gifted with his father's divination art, with the result that when the old man died, he allowed the heritage to pass on to his uncle. For this cause, Osariemen was snared at often secretly by many people as Osariemen, who knew all about Ugede drumming but nothing about divination. Some people by amazing coincidence, Osariemen became Ogiso through a process of divination. As it was believed, he was chosen to be the crown Ogiso, not by credit of age among the senior nobles in the royal council, but by credit of ability to raise great Benin to greater heights than what any of the contending pretenders could do. By his coronation, he became the 23rd Ogiso of Benin. His reign lasted for 20 years. The Oron said he was crowned soon later, the 6th royal Ogiore, and died just before the 7th royal Ogiore, and he did not witness any during his period. Osariemen said the monarchy on its steady feet again and raised the morale of the great nobles, the Asein Asein, who became the mainstay of the monarchical preservation and stability in Benin. The revolutionary situation. Revolutionary situation. At Osariemen Ascension to Ogiso, at Osariemen Ascension to Ogiso, the revolutionary situation, thank you, who had long existed in Benin, who had long existed in Great Benin, became the immediate target of royal action. The aristocratic compromise, which started with the protection of the young. The aristocratic compromise, which started with the protection of young women. With the protection of young Orire on the throne, had grown into the abolition of the single house dynastic system. And the substitution of the multi-house rotation system. In the attempt to create opportunity for every family of the senior nobles in the royal council to participate in producing a member to reign as Ogiso. During the do-nothing Ogiso era, it precipitated an unhealthy partisanship among the municipal nobility and a disruptive disenchantment with the provincial nobility. It also brought about an economic estrangement of the monarch and an occasional emigration of people even from the kingdom. As a result, the unity and stability of the kingdom, which Ere and Orire had made so attractive, considerably declined. The aesthetic and wooing delight of the Okuku Ogiso were no more than the game of an ostrich, attempting to hide its head, believing that nobody saw its ugly features, their aim, and not the tackling of the urgent political issues of the time as they existed. But the creation of diversions in personal taste and in family identification in society. This revolutionary situation diffused through the political scene. The revolutionary situation diffused through the political scene. Asein Asein saw it. Asein saw it, but the political situation was such that unless the Ogiso was forceful enough to initiate a change, they were powerless to introduce any. The senior nobles saw it, but the need for maintaining their existing multi-house succession pattern was so pervasive that they would not want to do anything that would ignite an attack on the very foundation of their existence. Three principal factors made the Asein powerless. First, though they were called the great nobles of the royal council, they only exercised the type of king-making right that denied them the right to choose who was to be the king. The senior nobles made the choice. Why they only placed on the crown. Only once they tried to make a choice, as in the Agaga Agbonzeke affair. The senior noble closed up rank and stoutly resisted it and pulled them back into the limits of their conventional political authority. The second factor that made them the Asein weak was the fact that they had to depend for their appointments on the whims of the reigning Ogiso. The second factor was whims of the reigning Ogiso, who by the prevailing practice had come from the group of the senior nobles. Their appointment lasted for life, and though they could not be disposed once appointed, they had no control. They had no control over any vacancy arising from death in their group. Resulting from death in their group. The members of the Asein had no unity among themselves, since their own coordinated types of appointments made them full of divided loyalties. The third factor was the lack of continuity in their tenure as Asein. Ogiso Ediaye had seen the insufficiency of this type of lifetime. I'm coming. And he had wanted to make it hereditary. He did not live long enough to achieve his goal. As a matter of fact, If he had attempted to change the Dionysian rite in isolation without at the same time balancing it up with a change on the pattern of royal succession. He would have failed. It would have been difficult to guarantee the maintenance of the hereditary tenure for the continuity of the Dionysian tenure. To be realistic, there must also be a monarchy, not the succession own right, not the multi-house type, but one which enjoyed the continuity of hereditary succession in its own right. Oriagba. This was the revolutionary angle of with Oriagba had to hold firmly to take him out of the mess of political confusion which prevailed in Great Benin during the two generations before him. Page 16. Oriagba royal strategies. Oriagba was determined to revive the dynastic system rather than wait to establish it by a set of reform measures. He, as Ere had done, he decided to approach it by issuing. Somebody should rescue me here. By issuing decrees. He was conscious of the fact that people who knew him also knew the power of his words when pronounced. The Uhuru called him Oriagba Neunu Noto. Oriagba Neunu Noto. It is against this mystical background that Oriagba's success in changing the royal succession pattern in Great Benin could be properly seen. In ordinary circumstances, it would seem to be an exercise in futility because the interests of the senior nobles were already fixed and the sequence of coronation succession in their group. Apparently known in advance, yet Oriagba succeeded in changing the system and in sowing the seed of a dynasty. And of an age which history has named after him. Oriagba used this word of mouth, and his word became a decree. The decree was issued as a solemn declaration with all the members of the royal council were gathered before the shrine of Erinwidu, the ancestors of the land and the spirit of great father Ogene. The declaration was supported with a coarse pronouncement jointly and severely made by all the members of the royal council upon any person or persons who would, out of selfish interest, prevent the implementation of the decree. By this measure, Oriagba rose of the history of Great Benin as a king who originated in the 11th century AD. The decree under which the single house primogeniture law became steadily sustained for the king and kingmakers of Igodomigodo. Eren succeeded Igodo by the grace of the Odigbogiso and the acquaintance of the people of Udo. Orire succeeded Eren by the compromise of the senior nobles and the desire to honor and the desire to honor Eren for the good work he had done. After Orire's death, the opportunity was given to the single house hereditary system, and it was said to have lapsed, to give way to the multi-house system. It would be a feat as it came to be under Oriagba, which would not pass unnoticed, because if it became possible to set aside the powerful multi-house system and reinstate the single house system, what made Oriagba successful was not so much the fear of him as a person. The fear of him as a person. It was the strategy he adopted in involving all the senior nobles in the royal council in the making of the declaration and in placing a curse on it before Erinwidu and the ancestors. After all of this was done, no cooperation among the senior nobles could forever force back the pronouncement and reinstate the retrajectory multi-house system. The text of the decrees. Page 18. Page 18. Page 18. Page 18. The Great Benin 4. Page 18. The Great Benin 4. Anti-Corruption Handbook, Nigerian Youth. Continuation from page 98. Misallocation, misuse, misallocation, misuse of public resources. Corruption caused the diversion of public resources supposed for necessary infrastructure projects such as schools, hospital and road, or the supply of electric power and drinking water to rural areas. It led to the depletion of national wealth. It led to the depletion of national wealth and consequently a decay of the regulatory capacity of government. State resources are corruptible, directed to projects that benefit only the contractors and contract givers. This reduces the amount of money government has to pay diligent workers and provide basic needs of citizens. As a result, salary gets increasingly lower, and many salaries earners stay without salaries or accrued benefits for years. Pensioners cannot reclaim their gratitude because the resources has been diverted, funds from tax or licenses. Funds from tax or licenses that ought to go into government coffers. That ought to go into government coffers are divided by corrupt officials. Some people keep their bulbs. Lightning for 24 hours without control switch. Some owners of businesses like car wash, flower, gardens, and block manufacturing companies. Waste, treated water that ought to be consumed by the population. Other ways to public resources include dumping of equipment like cars, computers, photocopiers, cabinets, air conditioners, benches and tables by government ministries and departments. In reality, these equipment can still be put into use or auctioned to be public, but they are left to waste. This is so evident as state ministries, where huge amount of properties are abandoned to spoilage. Such misuse of government resources is tantamount to corruption. Cause of corruption on the economy. Economically, corruption truncates the development of fair market structure. Positive competition and a fair profit making. Corruption depletes the economy, causes capital flight, inflation, unfair competition, unemployment and property, and poverty. People are unable to get a fair share from the economy. The conducive business climate necessary for engendering equitable flow of profits to all sectors of the economy is eroded. I don't cook me pie. Is eroded by corruption. It consequently destroys the economy. It destroys the business trust that should exist between individuals and bank or financiers. It is in an uncorrupted economy, an entrepreneur needs just a business plan to obtain a loan. But with widespread corruption in the economy, whether you have a good business plan or not, you must produce collateral security like a landed property before you obtain a loan for a business. This creates a suspicious business climate. It becomes difficult for people to trust each other in any deal. Business is about trust and building an economy. Business is about trust and building an economy means a network of trust. Means a network of trust. Where each side fulfill its own part of a contract. With 419 and other terrible corrupt acts, it becomes difficult for an economy to attain its commensurate economic growth. Political costs of corruption. Corruption touches all aspects of the society. Politically, corruption hinders democracy and the rules of law. When there is corruption in the system, there cannot be good governance. This is because it undermines the democratic mechanism, strengthening which strengthens transparency and accountability. When institutions are corrupt, they lack accountability and their leaders lack legitimacy. Corruption destroys the guarantee to proper checks and balance in societies. It breeds unfair practice because some people bend the law and government rule in their favor and go unpunished. And go unpunished. Prick. And goes unpunished. So people bend the law of government. This is especially true when citizens can pay off judges and law enforcement officials to evade punishment, corruption, to evade punishments, to evade punishment, to evade punishments. Corruption destabilizes government's ability to effectively and efficiently provide for the need and aspiration of citizens. With corruption, political assassination, thuggery, this especially corruption destabilizes government's ability to effectively and efficiently provide for the need of aspiration of citizens. With corruption, political assassination, thuggery, vandalism, political instability, electoral violence, bribery, embezzlement, discrimination, and mutual distrust prevail. Corruption destroys the trust that should exist between citizens and government and among citizens themselves. Environmental cost of corruption. In our previous discussion, I talked about the child who got injured from a broken bottle that was thrown into the water by a young boy. He did not know what he was doing about any of it. I talked about the child who got injured from a broken bottle that was thrown into the gutter by a young boy who absolutely did not know what he was doing. He was never told about the consequences, or because nobody taught him how to dispose waste. Who suffered that effect? Somebody somewhere who was not also taught that it was harmful to play in the gutter or around rubbish had the kickback from the angle of the education, so that of religion and government. Corruption touches the life of everyone. An unfriendly environment means unhappiness, sicknesses, and poverty. How we take care of our environment or the voice to a large extent determines how we survive. As a nation, the uncontrolled dumping of hazardous waste in and around our cities and villages, illegal logging, overfishing, or the illegal extraction of minerals and natural resources are environmental side effects of corruption. In fact, environmental degradation such as poor refuse disposal, drying valley, forest depletion, causes drought, pollution, hunger, epidemic, disease. They are increased in part by corrupt practices involved in their exploitation. These conditions strengthen our livelihood in multiple ways. Environmental protection. Environmental protection has become a serious international concern by the weakening environmental enforcement regulation, the procedures. There is an excess of careless exploitation of Nigerian natural resources such as wildfire, timber, oil, and gas by both domestic and international exploiters whose activities causes serious degradation on our natural environment. The extinction of habitats and destruction of species, air pollution, water pollution, groundwater depletion and contamination, chemical risks, environmental divide, energy waste, uncontrolled population growth, and global warming and depletion. And depletion of the ozone layer can only be put under control when the system is corrupt free. A further intensify the issue of poor hygiene in our environment. One can clearly see how the beauties of our cities are distorted by shabby gutters, dirty sheets, dirty streets, and unkept public facilities. Environmental sanitation programs so far initiated by some executive governors are good examples which should be emulated to salvage Nigeria from poor environmental policies. Especially Nigeria needs to imbibe the habit of dumping dirt into dustbin. It is our duty to clean our immediate environment and not wait for government to do it for us. Many Nigerians, especially those who have traveled abroad, make comments about the clean streets, hotels, airports, stadiums, and homes in Europe and America, as if those places just become clean on their own. Nigeria need to change the mindset of positive change must be adopted at all levels of the society in order to make a headway for this country. Every individual must make an about turn from these dirty habits. Least we fail to develop into an advanced country. Among the developed economies of the world, it is quite unfortunate that very few streets in these countries are neat. Even in the Federal Capital Territory, that is the fastest growing city in the world, we are an utmost example of the giant of Africa, which Nigeria represents, could be seen. But we find very dirty gutters, unclean streets, uncontrolled urinating corners, indiscriminate dumping of refuse, and excreting around street corners. Many poor environmental habits are apparent. Among many growing cities. Many poor environmental habits are apparent around many cities in this country. Not that Nigerians are dirty. No, but because corruption has weakened environmental policies and resources necessary for putting in place and implementing accurate community sanitation. Accurate community sanitation fall prey to corrupt citizens. Even education programs to sensitize the public are not well passed down across by those who are given such responsibilities. Development is more than just building big mansions, very big and expensive clothes, or driving in big luxury cars. The poor environmental sanitation noticed on our streets and public premises is an indication that something is wrong. When there is corruption, no matter how good policies are to the people, they will never be fully implemented. We can all see that corruption is telling on this nation in no small way. When the system is corrupt. Many things go wrong. It is only when corruption is wiped out of Nigeria that the changes honest and patriotic Nigerians dream of can really come to play. Change is the most constant and inevitable thing in human life. Karl Marx. For there to be any meaningful development in our nation, people must accept to throw away some old habits for new ones. The need for change towards non-corruptive attitude is worthy of our collective development. Always carry out whatever assignment shouldered upon you as if someone is watching at you. Whether you're on the street or in the public garden, consider that spot and keep it neat and clean, as though it was your own. It is evident that the recent flood in Lagos that killed hundreds of lives and destroyed huge amount of properties is as a result of poor environmental sanitation. People eat and dump polythene bags and refuses into the gutters, which prevents smooth flow of drainage, thereby causing a blockage along the drainage line. These blockages causes water to overflow during heavy rainfall, leading to flooding. Due to corruption, people dump refugees without control. The government official that is supposed to instill in them discipline is not performing its duty. It starts from you and I. The way we manage our environment determines how the way we manage our environment determines our livelihood to a very large extent. Corruption is at the core of the degradation that threatens our ability to sustainably enjoy planet Earth. Micro measures to fight corruption in Nigeria. Moral perspective. Learning is the most consistent aspect of human life. An important measure towards reducing corruption in Nigeria is through moral information sharing, ethical and attitudinal change. For every Nigerian must be they are young or old, rich or poor, in the government or private sector, listening citizen has a stake in this struggle. Every Nigerian has a moral base, but corruption has made it such that many don't subscribe to it in their dealing. This is the cause for the breakdown in ethical norms and value necessary for building successful communities for Nigerians to surely advance corruptions. Citizens has a stake in the struggle. I'll be going on my restroom break. Thank you very much. Move. Giving. Micro measures to fight corruption in Nigeria. Moral perspective. Every Nigerian has a moral base, but corruption has made it that many don't subscribe to it in their dealings. This is the cause for breakdown in ethical norms and values necessary for building successful communities. For Nigeria to truly avert corruption, citizens must first of all subscribe to morality, ethics, values, and norms that support the best civilized standards, military, education, social relation, and even in the family. Essential that all citizens are informed of what corruption is and what role each can play in combating corruption. If today youth learn to fight corruption and learn about corruption and refrain from it, they will become responsible and accountable when they become public or private servants. Dangers of corruption. Therefore, this is because they already know the dangers of corruption. Therefore, the most important thing we can do to fight corruption is to know what corruption is, to educate others about corruption, and to take action to prevent corruption. Through the best acceptable instructional method than just the threat of punishments. The role of Nigerian youth against corruption. Youths are an important group in every society. The success of any nation or otherwise depend on quality of his youth. As a responsible Nigerian youth, you can help to reduce corruption through the following ways. 1. Act and discharge your duties and responsibilities in a fair and unbiased manner at all times. In the belief that what you are doing is for the betterment of the future for yourself and your child. Conduct yourself in a law-abiding manner by always judging your mind before any action. 3. Respect the rights of other individuals in the execution of any authority that you may have. 4. Respect the interests of others as much as you respect your own. 5. Respect the rights and interests of the community in general. 6. Observe the principles of honesty in your undertaking by looking at what you will tell God on the day of judgment. 7. Observe the principles of integrity in all your dealings and reject those people with faulty behaviors around you. Eight, be a patriotic citizen and promote nation building by saying no to corruption in all its forms. What responsible Nigerian youth must avoid? 1. Never accept to subordinate the truth in your own interests. 2. Never obtain any favor that would require fraud and corruption. 3. Do not participate in any action that would be harmful to your own integrity and credibility or to that of another person. 4. Don't accept to offer or being solicited directly or indirectly with a view of offering any gift or bribe whatsoever to a member of the public service. Or to any other person who would or could be influenced in the performance of his or her duties and the application of his or her judgmentals. Never accept or solicit and receive directly or indirectly any gift or favor that could influence you in the exercise of your rights and duties. Never incite or succumb to directly or indirectly violence with a view to inflict pain on someone or a group of people in any manner whatsoever. The role of civil public servants against corruption. Your role as a civil servant is to act in the best interest of the general. 2. You must observe the principle laid down in the Civil Service Code of Conduct. 3. You must strictly adhere to the rules and regulations of the public service. 4. You must promote a culture of accountability, openness, or transparency. 5. You must remain aware at all times of the fact that you are accountable towards those whom you serve. 6. You must be ready You must be ready for, you must be ready to declare your own interests. Be they financial or commercial, whenever these may be in conflict with the public interest, and either rid yourself of such other interests or stay away from any decision that relate to such in a conflict of interest. 7. You must assist access to information that discourages corruption. 8. You must define clarity and publish all procedures so they can be known to the public in general. 9. You must scrupulously follow all the relevant criteria in applying the law and regulations as well as other procedures. What responsible civil servants must avoid? Avoid soliciting or accepting any benefits, advantages, or promise of future advantage for yourself. A member of your immediate family or any business concern with which you are associated from persons who are or seek to be in any contractual or special relationship with the public service. 2. You should avoid soliciting or accepting from anybody any remuneration or benefit other than your official remuneration in the performance of your duties. 3. Avoid accepting any gift or concessionality. Gifts, hospitality, or concessionary offer in connection with the discharge of your duty, except as may be permitted under the rules applicable to your office or civil service. 4. Avoid using public funds, property, services, and information for unofficial activities. 5. Avoid supporting any cause in return for which you will receive an illegal payment or favor. The role of government against corruption. 1. Our political leaders must set an example of integrity and honesty. 2. Government should illustrate that it is committed to eradicating corruption and must help to cultivate a strong culture of integrity. 3. Government must create a policy framework that has effective regulations and measures against corruption. 4. Government must assist independent watchdog bodies in combating corruption. 5. Government should private sector with strict internal company policies such as a code of conduct or integrity contracts. 6. Government should generate a strong support from public and private sector leaders. 7. Government should cooperate and encourage the civil society to eradicate the public on corruption. 8. Government should introduce and promote an attitude of zero tolerance to corruption. Reasons why some Nigerians may not report corrupt acts. Some people are ignorant that corruption is a crime. 2. In most cases, both parties are guilty of corruption. And do not want to implicate each other. 3. Some people don't report corrupt practices because they are afraid of victimization by the corrupt. 4. Some people lack confidence in the neutrality and ability of the law enforcement body. 5. Some people do not want to spend time going to court to give evidences because they feel there is no compensation for that. 6. Some people claim that the criminal justice system is ineffective. 7. Others are afraid that they will be embarrassed by officers of law and order. 8. Some citizens do not know what corruption means. 9. Some citizens just don't have the sense of loyalty and patriotism for the country. Patriotic questions for Nigerian youth. Self-purging questions you should ask yourself whenever you want to know whether your actions are corrupt or not. What is it that what is it that I am about to do now? Is what I am about to do legal or illegal? Am I being fair or honest or not? How would it look like if the next person gets to know what I am about to do? Would my child, my colleague, or my friend be happy with what I'm about to do? With what I'm about to do, won't people be angry later? Am I being honest with myself in this action I am about to do? If your answer to this question is no, then what you are going to do is corrupt and unacceptable. If you are still not sure what to do, keep asking yourself these questions over and over until you are sure that your answer is not no. You can also ask your child, your colleague, a friend. You can. If we all cooperate in every action we take, chances for corruption will be greatly reduced from our society. Once we have a corrupt, we must follow through careful consideration. Careful considerations must be adopted in line in the administration. With any action named at confirming this price. Lessons from the EFCC: making arrests of the punishing of some Nigerians who were properly seen as above the law. Some Nigerians who were popularly seen as above the law to pay a price for their lack of integrity. Is a worthy reason for this nation building integrity for young Nigerians is of utmost importance. Though you are beginning to imbibe education on what it means to be upright, Education on what it means to be upright is what should accompany all anti-theft strategies. It is undoubtedly that if the youth learn how to remain in their integrity and self-respect, they will learn to respect what belongs to their communities and the nation. Most people often mistakenly feel that what belongs to the government is no man's own. That isn't true. But what exactly is killing our development and makes people loot and vandalize national resources, assuming it is government properties? Convention. United Nations Convention against corruption, and it makes out solid measures to help government recover money stolen by their citizens. Nigeria can benefit from the UN Anti-Corruption Convention together with that of the World Bank and considered democratic nations like USA, UK, Holland, Canada, Australia, Germany, France, and Japan. If Nigeria really means business, unusual, on corruption, The government must join forces with these actors and good and global civil society institutions in order to strengthen our legislation. Investigative and judicial capacity against corruption. Page 1, 2, 3. Page 1, 2, 3. Corrupt school boys. Avoid bad friends, and your true future will be right. Udoku Francis. Udoku Francis. ISBN 978-431-7458. Obina, chapter 1. Obina was the only son of his parents. He lived with his mother in a village close to Adamu. Serious. Close to Adamu. Obina's father did not live in Adamu. He left the place when Obina was only 2 years old. That was the only thing Obina's mother told him. Ivoche. About his father. One sunny afternoon, when Obina closed from school and was on his way home, he met an elderly man who looked much like him, just as he is. The man also had pointed nose and very bright eyes. Obina had begun to pound, and the man walked just like Obina. His heart pounded heavily as he and his friends walked past the man. They did not even bother to greet him. Hey, is that Obina? Obina quickly turned to see who has mentioned his name. He was surprised to see smiling happily at him. He became a bit confused. "Who are you, sir?" Obina asked the man. "Oh, never mind," the man replied with a broad smile. "Are you going to see your mother?" The man asked again. "Yes, I am, sir. But, sir, how come? You seem to know so much about me. I don't even know anything about you." Obina said with a smile. The man began to laugh. He laughed loudly and continuously. Well, he left Obina a bit confused. Obina friends were even more confused. One of them, Amechi, drew close to him and whispered into his ear, "Hey, Obina, the man is a stranger, and I'm afraid we have to leave. Do you remember the story Madam Ikemdi told us about the school people who got kidnapped on the way from school?" Obina's heart began to beat very fast. After Amechi had spoken to him. "So does it mean that we're in trouble now?" Obina whispered back. Into the ears of Amechi, his best friend. "No, that's not what I am trying to say. What I'm saying is that we could end up in big trouble if you continued to be nice to strangers." From that moment, Obina didn't say a word to the stranger. He and his friends kept walking. They walked away quickly. Obina and his friends kept talking about the strangers until they finally arrived at the new market. "Bye bye, friend. We should meet at school on Monday." Obina shouted as he walked away to his mother's kiosk. He walked very hurriedly. He wanted to tell the woman about the stranger him and his friend just met. When he finally reached his mother's kiosk, found it closed. What? Omina yelling scream. Majeku. Good afternoon. Please. Have you seen my mother? Please. Have you seen my mother today? Obina asked one of the women, which yours was just after his mother. Yes, I have. But she has closed for the day. A man that looked just like you came to visit her in the morning. She was very happy that she closed shop and went home. Closed shop. You look first to the right. Then to the left. But just when he took a few steps, one of the 20 naira notes, Mama gave him, slipped from his hand. He quickly bent to pick up the naira. But when he picked it up, knocked him down. Both Obina and the man landed in a nearby gutter. He was in great pain. In no time, people gathered. What happened? What happened? Who did this to my boy? Obina heard Mama Jaku shouting angrily. Just around that time, an ambulance pulled up. Obina and the old man were taken to the hospital. Obina spent the entire day at the hospital. He had a load of bruises on his thigh, elbows. The nurses tended to his bruises. They bathed him and treated his bruises. They also served him a plate of delicious jollof rice. And a glass of fresh fruit juice. Obina fell into deep sleep. Soon after eating, when he finally woke up, he was amazed by the broad smile he saw on the faces of his mother and Mama Ijeku. He also saw the stranger, the one he and his friends met on their way to school. The man was also happy to see Obina. Obina also smiled back at him, though he didn't really mean to smile. "I am your father," the man finally said to Obina. "What?" Obina jumped happily out of the hospital bed. He hugged his father tightly. He hugged his father tightly. It was really the happiest moment in his life. That evening, when they left the hospital, and finally got to the house, Obina and his father spent the entire night talking about many things. Obina asked his father many questions. His father was happy to answer the entire question he asked. On the following day, Obina and his father went to visit Obina's grandparents. they lived. They lived in Asein. Obina father, Onyoma Emeka, had a motorbike. Thank you. And he and Obina had a wonderful ride from their village to Asein. It was not Obina first time on a bike. Obina was riding motorcycle. It was not Obina's first time on a motorbike. His uncle, the one who took him to school every morning, also had a motorbike. On Sunday, his father had to say goodbye to Obina and his mother. It was a very memorable moment. Obina had tears in his eyes as he hugged his father for the last time. Oh, Father, I want to come and live with you in Ukeni. My friends always tell me great stories about Ukeni. I can't wait to be in one of your big schools. I always dream of being in one of those schools. Oh, my son, there is no need to worry. I've already discussed with your mother. As for next time, you'll move in with me in Ukeni. In order to we come and stay with us, we'll be a happy family once again. From that day, Obina was dreaming of how wonderful his new school would be. He told almost all of his friends at school that he and his mother will be moving to Ukeni in the coming term. Well, he told everyone that he will not come to that school again when the term ended. And so on, Obina last day at the school, he and his father finish the food. He and his father had a wonderful time together. They ate their day food together. They also played football together on the playing field. On that day, when the bear was finally wrong for assembly, all the children began to run happily to the parade ground. Upper people record. To the parade ground. Finally, Madam Oyeze and the other teachers also joined the pupils at the parade ground. Obina's best friend, Amechi, was a senior on duty on that day. He and the seniors were the ones he and his seniors were the ones who told him who helped the juniors to form the straight line. After the closing hymn was sung, so many people from outside the school began to troop in. Brothers and sisters, mothers, fathers, most of the people were the friends, mothers, brother, and my fathers of the people in Obina's school. They all come to see who will be the first or last in various classes. On that day, Obina came in first. Obina came in first. In his class. He was very happy on that day. Madam Oyeze and the headmistress gave him a very big prize. He was presented with a pocket dictionary. A mathematical set, a set of textbooks and exercise books. After Obina was presented with a parcel, The headmistress announced to the whole school that Obina would be leaving them for good. All the pupils were sad. All the people were sad. That's what we can do for them. Obina was a very good friend of most of them. He was quite different from most of the seniors. He never bullied any of the juniors. Rather, he was very helpful to them. He helped as many of them as he could. On the following day, Obina's father returned to Asein. He spent a few weeks with Obina and her mother. Chapter 2. When the vacation was over, Obina and his parents moved from the village to Okene. Obina was very amazed by the big market of Okene. The lorry park was also very big. He had never seen so many people as those he saw on his first day at the King Lorry Park. There were many hawkers at the lorry park. Most of them were children of his age. They also sold sachet water, biscuits, coffees, ice cream. There was too much noise at the lorry park when they arrived. Yeah. Obina. Obina. Lord of Glories, busy honing their way through the thick road. For Crown at Loring Park, Obina saw Lord of Glories busily honing their way through the thick crown at Loring Park. As the lorry moved through the thick crowd, several hawkers showed up at the windows. They tried to convince Obina to buy from them. Yes, fun ice, yogurt, pure water. Obina kept watching as the hawkers came and went, one after the other. When Obina and his parents finally got home, he was exhausted. He was exhausted. He took a cold shower, had dinner, and jumped straight to bed. Then he shouted, on the following day, Obina was taken to his new school. He was tested by teachers of his new school. They gave him a test on mathematics and English language. Obina did very well in the test. He was admitted to his new school. On the same day, Obina parents took him to the market. They bought him a school bag, new uniform, and all of the books Obina would need. In his new school. Obina was to start school the following day. On the following day, he woke up very early. His mother was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and his father was too busy washing his motorbike at the courtyard. Obina went to say good morning to his parents. He then went to the bathroom to have his bath. Breakfast was ready when he finally returned from the bathroom. Later, Obina quickly went to his room. Dressed to his room and dressed up. For school. His mother put his breakfast in a new food flask. Obina and his father finally said goodbye. To his mother. They set off on the motorcycle. It was Obina's first day at his new school. And he was excited. Well, in the morning, as soon as Obina's father dropped him, at the gate of the school and left, Obina made his first friend in school. Hey, I am Akindele, but everybody in this school calls me Senior Akin. I saw you in the headmaster's office. Just yesterday, Teacher Nwanfo told us that you were very bright. Oh, really? Obina asks Aki out of surprise. And who is teacher 1-4? He asked the senior again. Well, teacher 1-4 was one of the teachers who gave you the test yesterday. Oh, and it teaches those of us in final year. He also teaches the Form 1 class. So, does he cane people who are unable to answer his questions? Obina asks again, as he and Senior Aki walk towards the school. Oh no, in this school, none of the teachers use cane. Oh really? Ha ha ha. That is a big lie. I just told you. Senior Akin said with a big smile. He and Obina continued to chat until they got to the school block. And each had to go their own way. As soon as Obina got to the entrance of his class, he saw teacher 1-4 walking towards him from the far end of the class. Well, Obina waited for his teacher to draw close to him. He greeted politely and walked in with him. As soon as teacher 1-4 entered the class stood up and welcomed him. Good morning, class. Good morning, sir. They all responded. How are you all? We're fine, thank you. They responded again. Well, class, we have a newcomer in our midst. Okay. I want him to introduce himself to you all. Come on, Obina. tell the whole class about yourself. Obina's heart began to beat very fast when the teacher called on him. All eyes were on him. At that moment, his knees began to shake uneasily. He rose from his seat and walked to front of the class. My name is Obina Oyoma. I am from Adenu. The whole class began to laugh. Obina still panicked. He felt very bad. His classmates continued to tease him. And even after the mathematics lesson was over, at break time, when Obina opened his food flask, the aroma of his fried plain rice and stew filled every corner of the classroom. 3 boys rushed to him immediately. Your food smells very bad. It smells like fart, said one of the boys. Ah, ah. The 2 other boys began to laugh happily. They kept quiet. As soon as they saw the seniors walking in the veranda, the seniors also smelled the aroma of the food. And then immediately he walked into the class. Hey, who asked you to eat in your classroom? Well, don't you know it's an offense to eat in the classroom? Well, why do you think the canteen was built? The seniors began to question Obina. I am a newcomer. Oh, senior. Come on. Don't give me that excuse. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Wow. Yes, senior. This newcomer is very naughty. We asked him not to eat in the class, but he ignored us. One of the three boys quickly told the angry senior, "Oh, senior, he is a liar." Come on. He is a liar. They didn't tell me anything. Come on, follow me to the school field. Senior instructed. Okay. Obina tried to beg the senior, but he insisted on his command. He dragged Obina to the feed and gave him a very big weeding portion. And then he dragged Obina and gave him a big weeding portion. He asked him to clear the feed before the end of that week. That very day, Obina became sad when he returned to the house. He felt bad, but he tried to keep his feelings from his parents. On Obina's second day in school, none of the mates said a word to him. On that day, Teacher Nwanfo conducted a very hot mathematics test. Most of the pupils in the class scored 0. Only Obina scored, got all his hands correctly. On that day, Teacher 1-4 gave Obina a very big cane and told him to flog everyone. In the class, Obina did not want to cane his own mate, but Teacher 1-4 insisted. On the following day, when Obina arrived in school, none of the mates said a word to him. Throughout the week, none of his mates wanted to play with him. The big boys in the class always pick a fight with him. Well, at the beginning of the following week, Obina became fed up with his new school. He broke down in tears. And started crying. He told his parents about everything. That happened to him in school the previous week. I am fed up. I am fed up. They all hate me. I am fed up with that school. Father, take me to another school. None of my mates like me. Everyone, they always make me feel bad. Even even when I have done nothing wrong. That offends them. Daddy, please take me out of that school. Ever since I went to the school, everyone keeps complaining. Everyone wants to pick up a fight with me. Everyone complains about everything I do. Obina broke down in tears. He continued to weep for a very long time. Obina broke down in tears. His mother tried so much to console him, but he simply would not listen. Look, my son, are you worried? Just because of what your mate says about you? That isn't a problem at all. Let me tell you, you better wipe your tears, because that's how life in this world is. Let me tell you, son, people will always complain. About you, even when you have not done anything wrong in any way. But there are also people who never mind their business. They will always have something to say about you, even when they are just meeting you for the first time. Tomorrow, I shall show you there are people who would always have something wrong about you. On the following day, when Obina woke up, he found a small donkey tied in front of his house. His father asked him to obey everything. The father asked him to obey everything People said to them as they walk to the market, along the road to the market, they saw a lot of people. Well, one man among the people they met was shocked, and he said, with that, Obina and his father were both walking on foot, without any sitting on the donkey. Ah, is with your donkey? Is your donkey sick? Ah, so why can't you sit? Oh, there is nothing wrong with the donkey, sir. Obina father responded politely. How can the two of you be walking on foot when you are with a donkey? How stupid. The man spoke horribly at them and went away. Obina and his father obeyed what he asked them to do. The both climbed onto the little donkey and began to ride along. Well, so the boat climbed and they rode along. A few minutes later, someone else, two women, returning from the market. One of them said, oh, you people are heartless. See how this poor little donkey is suffering. The two of you are just seated on him. Can't you see that it can't walk properly? Please, Papa, get down. Let the boy alone ride on the donkey. He said, okay. They kept talking about Obina and his father, even as they walked away. And so, Obina's father got down from the donkey Obina was the only one left on it. Whilst his father walked on foot. They moved together for several hours. Obina's father became deathy. The thirsty road had left his sandals very dirty. Man, as they passed on, they met an old man. He was busily riding his bicycle and whistling along. He immediately stopped whistling when he saw Obina and his father. He was very touched. Ah, you children of nowadays. Look at you. Look at that dirty. The feet of your father are. They are too dirty compared to his sandals to yours. Why must you be the one sitting on the donkey? Why must you be so disrespectful? You have been riding this donkey all day. And your father has been walking this dusty road with you. Don't you think it would be nice if your father had some rest? Oh no. Oh no. You are a very heartless and arrogant son. The old man kept shaking his head. He got back on his bicycle and rode away. Obinna and his father decided to go by what the old man had just told them. Obinna got far. He walked on foot, and his father drove the donkey. Not too long afterwards, Obinna and his father met a woman, and, and they looked very worried at Obinna's father and wife. The man is not a good father at all. Just look at the way he's punishing his son. The poor boy has been working all day. And he has been riding comfortably on the donkey. Obinna and his father soon arrived at the market. They began to count the number of people that are stood. Whoever knew them from anywhere, but who had said so many bad things about them. Well, Obinna's father gave the donkey back to his owner. He thanked the donkey seller for helping him teach Obinna one of the biggest lessons in life. Every parent ought to teach their children. Obina father gave the donkey back to his owner. He thanked the donkey Obina and the father boarded the taxi and came back to the house. Obina could not say a word to them, to his father. Indeed, his father had taught him a great lesson. His father his father his father his father his father had been has been indeed taught how to live with people and what to expect from people. Obina quickly got himself ready to go back to his new school. He picked up a school bag and happily went back to school. From that day on, he found many good friends in his school. He did not he became a very happy boy again, who took first in all his classes. Every student seemed to be busy with one thing or the other. Obina is now in SS3 and in boarding school. It was on early Monday morning. Lessons had not started, but most of the students were already seated. Busily revising their notes. And talking about the parties they went to. And so on and so forth. Then, all of a sudden, everybody stopped. What he or she was about. When the mathematics teacher walked into the class, the whole class raised in unison to greet him. He responded in his usual loud tone of voice and said, "Hello, you this particular batch of students. I can't tell. But it seems you people are not lucky at all. Everybody sat up properly. When the teacher began to speak, fear began to dawn on most of them. Oh yes. I hope you all know that your final examination is just around the corner. Yes. Who can tell me the number of days left to the exam? Sir, we have just 82 days. And out of which there are 2 national holidays. Yes, she's right. But if care is not taken, you guys may write your exam next year. Oh, so why? The class prefect asked. Well, the government has refused to pay us. The government what all teachers in the country we embark on a strike action if nothing good is said by the government. The principal of all secondary schools in Nigeria are to me the president and their minister of education. Whatever comes out of their meeting shall be the decider of what we, the teachers, will do. The entire class was dead on silence. Everybody was listening attentively. To Mr. Charles, you will soon hear from the rest teachers very soon, he said, and left to the classroom. The whole class went wide when Mr. Charles stepped out. It was as if the school children had become street hawkers. And market women. Everybody was deliberating on the issue. They all had something to say. Some of the students, especially the serious one, like Obina and others, had learned very well. We are afraid that the final exam would be postponed. Please. But those big boys in class who always sat at the back of the class on the thrones among them, we are very happy about the situation. Some of them began to jubilate. They sang, clapped, and danced to the tune of rap music being played on the mobile phones of some of their mates. One day, students in class whose father happened to be a pastor stood up and called for the attention of the whole class. He begged his mates to grant him audience. Then he began. My colleagues, we all know of what is likely to befall us. But I assure you that the understanding between the government and our teachers is not a matter of the physical realm. The Bible makes us to understand that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, demons, and powers. I want us all to close our eyes and, hey, my friend, what is wrong with you? Please give us a break. What's all this one now? You people always want to scare us. What a strike of our own teachers got to do with spiritual realm. John Bully, one of the old boys in class, strong him to deliver him, be to challenge him. Look, please, Brother John, you can joke with things, but there are some things you shouldn't joke about. I am serious about it. If you are not ready to join us in prayers, please keep quiet. Better still, you may choose to excuse yourself from this class. Upon hearing this, John Bully became very angry. He charged towards the boy, ready to give him some severe beatings. Foolish idiot. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know how old I am? In this classroom, is this a classroom? Is this classroom a church or a prayer ground? Are you the one to tell us what to do? Other strong guys in the class rushed and took the boy out of the class. Outside the class, most students were seen with their school bag heading for the dormitories. The news really affected all teaching. And learning activities on that fateful day. On that fateful day. Look, please. The hall. Later in the evening, there were several rumors circulating the school. Everybody seemed to have his or her own version of the outcome of the meeting between the government and the head of the institution. At 7 o'clock in the evening, most of the students thronged the main auditorium of the school assembly hall to watch the big evening edition of the news bulletin. The news on several activities and happenings in the various regions were read, but the newscasters did not say anything about the possible strike action of secondary school teachers in the country. Other students who resulted to the radio stations were a bit fortunate. On one of the radio channels, it was mentioned that the meeting between the teachers and government officials were off camera. Other students have, and to them this meant that no journalist or media person were allowed into the venue of the meeting. It was a bright Tuesday morning. All students were summoned to the main auditorium. Of the school assembly hall. The atmosphere was much tense, and students kept talking till principal finally showed up. The atmosphere was tense. The students waited, and as soon as Mr. Polinos took over the microphone, the entire auditorium went dead silent. He cleared his throat and began. Perhaps yes, I believe all you know why you have been assembled here. I asked Mr. Charles to inform you, to inform every class about what is going on. There is currently a big misunderstanding between teachers in this country and the government. As principal of the various secondary schools, we had a meeting with both fractions to solve the problem. It was a very intense meeting. We sat down at 2 o'clock in the morning. And close at 1 o'clock in the morning, in the afternoon. We tried all our best to prevent the situation of the strike action, but to no avail. We have therefore we have therefore decided also that all the students should go home. As for the final year students, they stay behind to prepare for their final exams. There are rumors that the final exam may be postponed to next year. But this is a mere rumor. I repeat, this is just a rumor. I would therefore advise you to keep on learning. Yes, it is true that some of your teachers may not have completed the syllabus with you yet. The dining room. But please, do well to reverse whatever they have taught you and learn the rest on your own. But the dining room or we keep functioning. There shall be breakfast, lunch, and supper for you all. Every day, I hear that some of you have taken in due advantage of your teacher absence to misbehave. But I remind you all of you once again. That the rules of this great school do not respect anybody. They still exist, and anyone found guilty of the law will laugh at the wrong side of the mouth. Series of murmurs echoed from the students seated at the back row. Well, the principal paused for a moment, stared at the students, then, for a while, and concluded, "May God help us all. Thank you." I assume the assembly came to a close. The students were dismissed and everybody went their way. Chapter 5. On the following day, the school premises was thronged by the parents of most of the first and second year students. Most of them complained bitterly as they packed the chop boxes, mattresses, trunk, and other belongings of their ward into the car. Three days later, the school became almost empty. The students who form greater part of the school population has left the school. The only students left were all the final year students. It is now time for each of them to decide on how he or she would prepare for the examination. Most of the students did not put into much seriousness their studies any longer. Their first week in class without any teacher was quite a boring one. almost everyone felt dull. In the various classrooms. The only topic most of them discussed was how they were going to be managed, how they were going to manage their own affairs to be able to come out successful at the end of their final exams. The serious ones, like Obina, in their midst, formed a study group. In each study group, a leader was appointed to take charge of a particular subject. Mostly, those appointed as leaders of the various subjects were those students who perform excellently in such subjects. To tell you the truth, not every study group formed during the period had serious members. In most of the group, just a few of the members were active. There was also other students who careless about making an effort to learn or preparing. Most of these students were very weak in academics, and they never made any effort to learn. Instead of drawing near to the serious students, they always tease them. Forgetting whenever they happened to see them learning as a group. One of such non-serious students was Gerard Kelvin, aka King of Punto. Gilbert was a very brilliant boy back in his junior high school days. He was in the same class with his twin brothers, who once happened to be the school prefect. All these delays in his education was as a result of his bad conduct. Herod was suspended from the school for 4 good months. In the third time, when he was about to go to the final year, he was suspended. Because he beat up an SS1 student. He beat up an SS1 student. So mercilessly for turning him down after he proposed love to her. When the period of his suspension was over, Gerard failed to report to the school authorities. He felt very ashamed of himself. He felt very ashamed of himself. And so, he decides to end his schooling. But after idling about, he decided to beg. His mother and reverend father came to beg on his behalf, and he was readmitted into school. So, to school. Gerard belonged to a very terrible clan in school. On the school of the King Senior High School, most of the students, especially the Form 1 boys, loved to be in clan. But it was rumored that most clans were actually occultic group. One special thing that was common among all the clans was that they had the member of every clan had some kind of unique talents. Gerard clan, for instance, was called Best Six. Every member of the group was a dancer or rapper. Hence, instead of spending time with their books, they were always found with their they were always found in the bush or in an empty classroom, trying to rehearse a dance move. Or a line of rap. Some of the friends of Gerard who I swear happened to be members of the Best Six clan were only known for only known by their nicknames. In fact, Even most of their own classmates did not know the real name of the boys. They were very popular on schools. Especially during entertainment nights. Most of them were thrones at school, but very punctual at every entertainment program. Most of them always love to hustle on the streets for money. Such boys always wanted more money. But so that they could buy more expensive footwears. Phones and other flashy items. These attracted a whole lot of unnecessary competition among their peers. We are not there yet. Among all their peers.
It's 124, 124.
Among all their peers. Among all their peers. Almost every one of them wanted to look good. And attract the admiration of the opposite sex. Because of this, most of the boys from humble home who wanted to dress like their colleagues from richer home resorted to borrowing. Not only did the boys Most of the girls in school were also not serious at all. Some of them turned themselves to queens. They turned themselves to princesses. They picked up boyfriend in the school. From the very first day, the news broke out. Most of them felt they were old enough to live on their own. There were even some of the girls who had sugar daddies. In the night, such girls were mostly seen on their phone. They always spent nights making and receiving calls. We are mostly seen talking on the phone. They always spend time making and receiving unnecessary phone calls. From their boyfriend and sugar daddies, because they always keep awake in the night. Not only were those non-serious students wasting their own time, they also took delight in disturbing others in school. Apart from chasing their mates and making them feel bad or provoking them into fight, most of the non-serious students were also good at stealing. For instance, a way of teaching their own teacher a bitter lessons for going on strike. Gerard and his gang often storm the teachers' bungalows at night. Whenever they were on their night operations, they stole fowls and goats from the bungalows of their teachers and sold them to outsiders for money. Now, there were even times when they roasted some of the animals in the night for their own enjoyment. Not only that, Garrett and his gang decided to trouble their mates, who seemed to be serious with their studies. Whenever each student were away learning in the classroom, Garrett and his gang would sneak into the dormitories and steal from their trunks and junk boxes. One sunny Monday morning, Paul, one of the brilliant students in school, caught Jared red-handed while he was breaking into the trunk. Paul the case to the senior housemaster, and Jared was asked to weed a very big plot of land as his punishment. When he finished clearing the weed, eventually, he was very mad at Paul for reporting him, and so throughout the punishment, he was thinking of how to deal with him. On the very day Gerard finished the punishment, Gerard mobilized his friends and told them about his plots for Paul. During the prep hours of the evening, Gerard and his gang stormed the classroom in which Paul was learning. As soon as they got there, Gerard put off all the fluorescent tube in the classroom. When the light went off, one of the guests in the classroom exclaimed, "Ah, what is the meaning of this? Who put off the lights?" Then responded a very deep, fearful voice. "Shh! Will you shut up your stinking mouth? How dare you challenge the basics?" The entire classroom went silent afterward. Then that horrifying voice spoke again. Listen, and listen carefully. We are peacemakers. We are not here to cause any commotion. We are only here to make sure that the right thing is done. King of Ponto, can you put on the light now? The mention of the name King of Ponto gave most of the students hints about the reason why Gerard and his students had come to that very classroom. Then Gerard replied, "No, wait for a while. Is there any fool here by the name Paul in this classroom?" If there is any animal by that name, it should be on its feet before any man puts on the lights. The room went silent again. Then The room went silent again. And the lights were put on. Gerard replied, "No, wait for a while." When the light was put on, everybody was surprised to see Paul still seated. He was busily copying his notes and pretending not to have seen Jared and his gang at all. Wow, that's brave. I can see you have fully grown wings. Now, before I lose my damn temper, I give you 15 dawn seconds to be on your dang feet. The 15 seconds went. Pot was still seated. He said nothing to Gerard and his gang. He only shook his head to tell them that, oh God, he was not moved by what they were doing. So, Gerard began to lose his temper. His body began to shake vehemently. As he watched Paul from where he stood. He pulled a dagger from his pocket and moved towards Paul. But his friends acted very fast to save the situation. The next thing, they rushed on Gerard and took away the dagger. The next moment, the news about Gerard's attack was all over the school. Gerard was summoned before the disciplinary committee. He and his friends were given series of heavy punishments. Such were the plight of most of the notorious and non-notorious students, and also the non-students in a King Senior School. Apart from wasting their time unnecessary activities, they also give their school authorities the chance to waste their time the more. Chapter 7. This is the story of my life in another nearby school. I, I was about 11:45. PM in the night, and the compound of Melbourne Senior High School was dark and quiet. Most of the students had long retired to their bed. But a few others were burning the midnight oil, glozing through their books. But why these few extremely serious students were making obstinate use of their time? Some 4 obstinate students were busy monitoring the night guard. The boy wanted to sneak out of the school. Premises. But the night guard presence was an hindrance to their plan. Rest assured that there were no students around and that the compound was safe. The night guard retired to a long bench and stressed himself. He yawned. The four boys kept an eye on him. And waited fervently for him to doze off. Before they embark on the midnight wander. A moment afterwards, the night guard was snoring. It was time for action. The boys get on of their bed. The boys got out of their hideout and tiptoed through the yard to the wall of the school and began to climb. A moment afterward, this gang of four tagged innocent boys include Benedict, Vincent, Edward, and Victor. They were all final year students at MS. The gang name stemmed from its extravagance, for though none of them probably came from a wealthy family. Their extravagant lifestyle made people think they were from well-to-do families. The boys showed off in the best clothing and jewelry. And the gang name stemmed from extravagance. They wore the best clothes and clothing jewelry. During school entertainment. And spent their mornings lavishly on their schoolmates. The boys their show of generosity their show of generosity made them favorites among their female contemporaries. Whilst the boy envied them for their success with girls. Like a caress attacks flies, like a carcass attacks flies, so does wealth attract money. Most girls in the school wanted to be in the company of innocent boys. That was a great opportunity for them to be part of the fun that comes along with the group, with associating with the group. It wasn't their intelligence, nor was it any unique quality of theirs that made them so popular in the school. It was their money, but the source of this money remained a concealed mystery. which both their schoolmates and school authorities have been trying to uncover without success. Were they in some kind of court? Were they bandits? Or perhaps they engaged in internet fraud? No one could figure out where or how they got their money. Benedict was the leader of the group. And as usual, he was the one spearheading tonight's operation. The boys had successfully sneaked past the snoring night guards. They had climbed the wall and were descending. When suddenly the sound of their fall awoke the security man. Who is there? He shouted. He quickly stood up. I say, who is there? He quickly rushed to the gate and carefully opened the door. With a torch in hand, he peered from left to right. But there was no one. In the darkness, he found no one. No one actually answered him. Being rest assured that his job was safe, he went back to his chair and snored again. Then the four boys crawled out of their hideout and began their journey. They needed to be back before daybreak. Otherwise, they will be facing the orders of being caught by the street security man. And being interrogated and possibly expelled. And possibly expelled from school. They didn't want any of these to occur, so they walked as fast as they could. In no time, they got to where they were going. And they interrogated They got to where they were going. The place was quiet. But there were older people at work. They all had headlamp and they were digging the earth. They recognized the voice. AU schoolboys of voice called us to the gang. I am considering firing you. I don't think you are serious. We haven't enough time and you are always late. We are sorry, sir. Apologize, Benedict. We had a little difficulty leaving the school premises. The security man was wide awake, and we had to be careful not to attract him. Okay. Get to work, ordered the voice again. The boys immediately took a head lamp each and some digging equipment. and took a headlamp each and some digging equipment and joined in. The dog throughout the night, but the digging didn't end. The digging does not cease for once. It was getting to dawn. And the boys were not happy. Today had been an unlucky day for them. They were digging for treasures. Unfortunately, none of them were able to find one. The students will be leaving soon. Benedict had already removed his headlamp and was going to beat the boys that they were going, when suddenly Victor gave a loud shout. I got it! The whole gang immediately ran towards him. He wasn't holding anything. Look in here, boss, he said to the man who had queried them for being late. The boss strained his eyes. He confirmed it's getting to daybreak, and the schoolboys must go. Schoolboys, meet me later in the day for your share now. Now, everybody start digging. There are a lot of them in there. You must be fast. There is no time on our side. There are lots of them in there. You just be fast. Time is not on our side. Now, the boy gladly removed their digging lamp, remove their headlamp, drop their digging equipment, and headed for school. jubilantly. They were very happy that soon they will be selling their share of the diamond and making some good money. But their joy was short-lived as they heard the sound of gunshots. The sound came from the mining area. Next, they heard the boy shouting, "Wow, everybody run!" What was the task force riding this place? Was the gang in danger? Were they going to be caught? Hey, the student had to avoid mishap. The students took to their heels immediately and ran to school as fast as they can. The security men were awake when they got to the school compound. They heard him saying his early morning Muslim prayers. Then the security man, when they got to the school compound, the boy climbed the walls and peeped him. He wasn't looking at their direction. He was kneeling down with a bowed head. So the boys jumped down as carefully as they could, ever to be sneaked into their dormitory. Later in the day, the boys sneaked out to visit the boss, and they learned some of their illegal mining gang members had been arrested by the military due to their illegal mining gang. Members have been arrested by the military task force that raided the mining area early dawn. The diamond that Victor had discovered was dug out. The diamond worth millions of naira, explained the boss. The leader of the illegal mining gang, but the task force made away with it, so mining will cease for a while. I have to look for a way. I have to look for a way to pay my men. Then we can think of what to do. The boys thought as much. They were not surprised by what they heard. They only thanked their stars that they were wearing cords. The whole school would have known the source of their money. And they would become a subject of mockery. They came back to the school looking very moody and unhappy. These boys had never taken their studies seriously. They were always mining. At night, and dozing in the classroom owing to insufficient sleep. As a result, they became very backward academically. And there was no hope. They would perform well during the fast approaching WAEC exams. Now, they began to realize their folly and guilt. Can you imagine that it was a waste? If we fail the WAEC, Edwards was telling his friends, we foolishly ignored the very reason why our parents brought us here and went about searching quick money. And 49, 50. There was no way we will move past the WAEC. Added Vincent. Most of our classmates we passed out with good grades. And go to the universities. Whilst we will be waiting to rewrite our exams. You guys, it's a pity. You guys should let us find a solution to our problems. Rather than recounting our mistakes. Benedict cautioned his friends. Two weeks from now, we'll be writing the exams. Now, that's our only hope of getting money. None of the intelligent boys would will help us if we can't pay them. And remember, this is WAEC, and security will be intensified. So, ask the group in unison. So an education malpractice will not be condoned by any of those chaps, knowing that J awaits them if they are caught. I have an idea, said Victor suddenly. He was very intelligent and cunning. And most of the times, his plan worked. So, his friends listened to him carefully. Okay, so I stole a piece of diamond the other day. He dipped his hand into his pocket and brought out the treasure. His friends snatched it from him. Observe. If we sell it, we'll get much money. Wow. And that will see us through in and that will see us through in the WAEC. Yes, it will. As for Gerard and his friends, they became so miserable. They lost hope in the exam. And so, rather, they began, they began to plot on some mischievous means by which they could pass the exams. At the end of their deliberations, they arrived at two possible plans. Sheikh, one of the members of Garrett Grand, was first in. Sheikh, one of the members of Garrett Gang, was the first to speak on the matter. I salute you, the Almighty best sees. We always see what we want and always get what we see. We have to do whatever to make possible to make sure we all pass this damn examination. We have two items on board, but I think it will be good to consider Plan B. I think it's the best because all of us can easily score an A. There is no way we'll pass the WAEC. All of us can easily score an A in all questions from the storeroom of the examination council. I am convinced that Plan B will favor us. No, I don't think so. Killer, another notorious member, said. Well, it will be very easy at all. You and I know how strict the security officers and examination officers are. Do you know the penalty we shall face if we are caught? We shall face, we end up in jail. Don't you think so? Oh no. Come on, killer. Come on, killer. No medicine should be too bitter for someone who needs rapid healing. Well, no matter the risks involved, still believe that Plan B is is better than plan A. Look, I don't think plan A was much. I don't think I don't think plan A can help us much. I think what if we are caught at the examination center with our books? The rest, and the book is found under our decks. Are we not going to face same level of punishment? I think all that and that, so we should go in for plan. We should go in for plan B. Now, it seems to us all plan B is the best. Why don't we start getting how we can achieve it? Jared asked, with a cool tone of voice. Well, so the boys began some plots on how to get access to the examination. Oh. So the boys began some plots on how to get access to the examination hall. They soon arrived at a very smart way of doing so. The idea was given to the boys by a hardened criminal in the town who was a brother to Bishop Ken and his friends before they came up. This idea was given to the boys by the criminal. Well, my fellow brothers, what we want to do is a very serious thing. Well, that demand a lot of plan work. I have a big brother who knows so much about these smart ways of doing things. I'll pay him a visit in the ghetto today. Well, I have to pay him a visit. Then I shall bring you the feedback tomorrow. With this assurance, the boys brought their secret meeting to a close. Well, and went back to their dormitories. When they finally met on the following day, Bishop came along with his big brother. He showed the boys several tricks on how they could sneak into the secret room. Without being noticed by anyone. He promised to give his boys one of his master key if only they'll pay him a certain amount of money. The money Bishop brother demanded was quite big, but they were desperate. Some of them had to borrow from their friends before they were able to pay their own share. But most of them found a way of getting it from their parents. By telling all manner of lies. The master key was a kind of complicated key that will open all type of lock. When George and his friends got access to the key, he waited patiently till they had about 2 days for the examination to commence. Before that fateful night, they spent all their time drawing all the underground plan and making all the necessary checks on the policemen responsible for the storeroom. Jared and his boys realized that the best time to strike was then. Was around 3 o'clock at dawn, and they promised and they promised they noticed that the police on night duty were always exhausted at that time. They divided themselves into 2 groups. 3 of them gathered at one end on the street in front of the storeroom. They began to shout on top of their voice as if they've been attacked by thieves. The policemen overheard their voices and rushed to help him out. As soon as the police left the palace and one other gang members went into the storeroom, but one last boy stayed in front of the store to watch out any alarm. But Jared was his companions. This was given to the boys this was what ensured between Bishop Ken and his friends before the idea came up. Well, my fellow brothers, what we want to do is a very serious thing that demands a lot of planned work. I have a big brother who knows so much about things like this. No. The policeman overheard their voices and rushed to help them out. As soon as the police left the place, Garrett and his accomplice were very fast. Within a matter of what looked like some minutes, they finished the operation and left quickly before the arrival of the police. After the incident, they kept their ear to the ground. Jared and his friends were more than happy. That the very exam came to the end. They behaved as if the whole school was theirs. They kept screaming and jumping about. Most of them were most of their friends were really surprised to see them. In that happy mood. Even their own teachers were surprised. At their behavior on that, at their behavior on that day. After that very day, the sick boys decided to make use of the questions they had in their possession. The following day, they had a meeting in one of the classes. Where they had a meeting in one of the classes to decide on what to do. At the end of the meeting, they decided to make money at the end of they decided to make money from the rest of the papers that were yet to be written. The next paper was mathematics. The next paper was mathematics and knowing how so many students feared the subject. Garrett and his gang went out about selling questions. They managed to convince most students by by showing them samples of the English language examination paper they had. So, the boys became very rich overnight. But they still wanted more money. After so much of the set of questions, after so much of the set of questions to students from their school, they extended the businesses to other neighboring schools. In such schools too, so many students bought the questions. Which the innocent boys from Mabel High School was not which the Mabel High School was not excluded. Then, just like a blazing white fire, the expo began to spread very fast. It moved from one school to another, and then from region to region. Then from region to region, just like blazing white fire. Lo and behold, the examination officers got access to the circulation set of questions and began to trace the source. The investigation led them to the secret arrests of students from many other schools. But the situation in the King's Senior High School was quite different. Almost all the students were busily solving the questions Gerard and his friends had sold to them. As for the desperate ones in the midst, they put all their hopes on that set of questions. They memorized the answers to all the questions. They memorized all the questions. but most of them even compose several songs. From the answers they had. From the answers they had memorized. As for the funny guys in their midst, they even memorized the answers as prayers. They recited it very early in the morning. As soon as they wake up from sleep, before they take their breakfast, and lunch, supper, and finally, before they got to bed. In the midst of the euphoria, the few students who were very serious, like Obina and some of his friends, did not give up on learning, even though some of them had we are the very one, even though some of them were the very ones who solved the questions for the non-serious students. They managed to complete every aspect of the syllabus before the day of the exam. Lo and behold, the day came for mathematics examination. It was to be written in the afternoon. And so, the serious student seems to have enough time for last minute revision. Unlike the serious students, the non-serious ones use that time for games. The boys storms the football field to break some sweat. Others organize dancing competitions within their dormitories to entertain themselves. They all felt that they already knew the answers, and so forth. During that morning, even though they had a mathematics exam in the afternoon, mathematics exam in the afternoon. Even though they had a mathematics exam in the afternoon, after what seemed like a long period, like a long period. The bear was finally rang for all candidates to enter the examination hall. Everybody was searched before entering the hall, and the vigilator instructed everyone to start work. Some few minutes later, it was then that the true drama began. The question they met was totally different from what Jared and his gang sold to the students. Most of the students began to fumble. Most of the students began to fumble because of the extent to which most of them has memorized the expo of their brain. Have memorized the expo of their brain. They memorized the expo. Their brain were completely saturated with that alone. Most of the students began to shiver. Others began to sweat profusely. At this point in time, it was the top of their pain that suffered the most. Dirty work and excessive cancellation of work became the order of the day. More serious was when the invigilator informed students that they had only 10 minutes to stop work. Most of them, especially the non-serious guests, collapsed and had to be rushed out of the exam hall. Dramas here and there. Obina and his friends thanked their God for writing very well in the exams. For it doesn't cost anything to read. And it doesn't cost anything to read. Finally, when the papers were collected, the student pounced on Jared and his friends. The sudden rush of the students on Jared and his friends attracted the attention of the police and other supervisors around. Just around that time, a big police van containing students who had been arrested from other schools arrived at the scene. All hands pointed at Jared and his friends. They were arrested and taken away by the police. For the innocent boys, they were smart. They were smart. They were smart on their own too. They bought the mathematics paper and expanded their money. Making business too by selling in other schools. In other schools they could reach. In order to avoid apprehended, they ran away and never returned when they saw the van containing students entering. Now, the news of the boys' evil scheme had spread all over the school, and the school authority were searching fervently for them. They would be arrested and jailed. For examination malpractice. Meanwhile, the boys were taking refuge at the boss' place. At the boss' place. So they stayed at Abeokuta. Sneaking out with illegal minors at night. And then, behind the boss house lived a witch of a witch doctor. Every day, the owner of the house were wealthy people, most of them young men and women. The consistent presence of wealthy visitors in the witch doctor cottage aroused the boys' curiosity. Thank you very much. I'm going for my break right now. For innocent boys, for innocent boys, they are smart on their own too. They brought the mathematics paper and expanded their money, making the business to by selling. Behind the board's house lived the witch doctor. Every day, fleets of cars parked in the cottage. The owner of the cars were wealthy people, and most of them young men and women. The consistent presence, the consistent presence of them, of wealthy visitors in the witch doctor cottage, aroused the boy's curiosity. So they asked the boss about it. Then, that man is wicked and old, explained the boss. They'll spend the money for just a season and die at the long run. But they are going to become immensely rich. The boys were filled with greed. They wanted to be as wealthy as the guys who had come to the witch doctor cottage in a flashy car. So they contrived to see the witch doctor. They contrived to see the witch doctor. There are a series of rituals to be done. The witch doctor, the witch doctor told them, you must be brave enough to do them all. You must be brave enough to do them all. First, you must buy, first, you must buy a coffin and a white ram each. You must carry the coffin around town. You will then sleep in the coffin 7 days and nights. On the eighth day, you will be pacified with the blood of the ram. This is the first part of your entrance into the world of riches. All the boys agreed to provide items needed for the ritual. except Edward, who was more cowardly than any of them. I am not going to be part of this morning ritual thing, he told his friends. For 7 days without food. What if the witch doctor kills us? I remember the boss referring to him as a wicked man. You are a coward, Benedict hid at him. You are barking up the wrong tree. Your cowardice cannot dump our spirit. You can leave if you want, but as for us, we would not chicken out. We will not chicken out. So, for it takes bravery to become wealthy. So saying, Edward backed out of the morning ritual, and his friend went ahead to provide all the items needed for his first part of the ritual. They were made to carry a white-clad coffin round the town at midnight, after which they slept in the coffin for 7 days and nights. On the 8th day, they all got out of the coffins and were bathed with blood of the ram they bought. Shortly after, they were told to open their coffins. For 7 days and 7 nights, to their utmost bewilderment, the coffins were filled with enormous amounts of money. When they opened the coffin, the boy in surprise as they watched the money fill the coffin. Close the coffin, ordered witch doctor. Tonight, you will come for your coffins. These coffins are to be kept close and hidden from outside. So, until the next sacrifice is completed, thereafter you can enjoy your wealth. That night, the boys came for their coffee as the witch doctor had instructed. 6 months later, the last sacrifice would be done, and then they would become very rich. 6 months seems like ages to the boys as they waited to be rich. This content of the coffin was tempting, but the boys did not want to violate the rules of the wicked witch doctor. They kept the coffin out of sight until under their beds, and waited patiently for the day. But then, Victor, Victor could not keep his eyes off the coffin. He had seen a very pretty girl in the town, and he wanted to impress her. So he secretly opened his coffin one night and took some burdens of mourning. The next day, he went to a boutique and bought expensive clothing and jewelries. He came back to town and presented the clothing and jewelries to Victoria as a token of love. The girl appreciated his gift and proposed her. She paid him consistent visits, and a love affair began between them. Day and night, Victor and Victoria were seen at nightclubs and fast food joints having fun. Victor was soon seen driving plush convertibles, BMW cars, with Victoria always in his company. Well, when his friend inquired of him if he had not tempered the money in his coffee, he denied. Victoria's uncle is a millionaire, he explained. The other day when she explained to him, the other day she introduced me to him, he instinctively took a liking to me. In fact, that car is one of numerous cars. That car is one of numerous cars. Victor friends did not entirely believe him. They knew how corny it could be at times. But would he dare the wicked priest and violate his laws? Well, each one for himself. Each one for himself. Each one for himself. And God for us all. The day of the final sacrifice approached, and the three friends decided to see the witch doctor beforehand. Victor felt a great sense of guilt when his friends informed him of their decision to meet with the witch doctor ahead of time. He applauded the decision and went with them in order not to raise any suspicion. In order not to raise any suspicion. Then, he was half hoping that the witch doctor would not notice. Would not notice what he had done, but quite contrarily, the witch doctor had seen everything. Woe unto him who defies the power of Abaruba, proclaimed the witch doctor. Victor has committed a sacrilegious act and must pay dearly for it. He has stolen money from the coffin. The money he has spent is not ripe enough to be spent. So, he will pay for his credulous heart with his soul. Victor will die 7 days after final rituals. He will get access to it, quite all right, but he will not live to enjoy it. Now, listen and listen well. This final sacrifice is human sacrifice, meaning you are going to offer a close relative of yours as sacrifice. The spirit of your victim shall protect your word, shall protect your wealth, and sustain it for a long time. So go now and decide which of your relatives of yours you are going to sacrifice. The rest of your victim shall protect your wealth and sustain it for a long time. So, go now. Victor's friends blame him for behaving foolishly. They were sad that their friend were that their friend was going to die. Victor wept all day and couldn't sleep. Victoria was terribly sick, and Victor knew that she was going to die for being an accomplice to his greedy art of spending the blood money prematurely. Not long after he had returned from visiting Victoria, Edward came to visit him. Edward's visit was a great consolation to him because he had gone to Benedict and Vincent, but none of them would speak to him, nor would they accept him back again. He felt so dejected and lonely that the thought of killing himself beforehand. But then, Edward's presence restored his lost courage and pride. He felt alive, loved, and respected. He decided to let the cat out of the bag if only Edward proved himself worthy of handling the secrets. You are the part worker, brother, Victor told Edward. Come over. Victor told Edward over a bottle of champagne. So, to what do I owe this surprising visit? Well, replied Edward, I quite recall that we jointly embarked on a mission that I eventually backed out of. Thereafter, I have managed to find my way back into school. But then, I've been having nightmares about you. I've been having nightmares about you. And I have come to see how you are faring. Well, tell me, friend, how did the ritual go? You obviously have acquired immense wealth, but you are indeed not happy. You've called a shot, brother, Victor began. The observation is true. I am not happy. Although I've acquired much wealth, it's a long story. But I will try as much as I can to make it short. After going through the first part of the ritual, a coffee full of money, of ritual money, was given to us. We are bound from spending the money and not ready for spending. Because it was raw and not ready for spending. But I broke the law, and I am on the verge of facing the route of the wicked witch doctor. The route of the wicked witch doctor. Meaning that I will die 7 days after the final ritual. Meaning that I only have 7 days to enjoy my wealth. But what troubles me most is the object of the ritual, of the sacrifice. What is the object of the Edward? Our close relatives. The only close relative I know is my mom. I can face death, but I can't because of my life. A woman who has gone through thick and thin to make me happy. I want you, Victor. I want you, said Edward. This is not the time to apportion blame. As a good friend, is there anything you can do for me? Say it now. There was anger and anxiety in his voice. What are Victor, what are Vincent and Benedict saying? They are blaming me. There's a lot I think I can do, but then you have to comply with me. How do you mean? Just promise me your compliance, and I'll tell you. I promise. So saying, Edward whispered something to him, and he nodded vehemently to what he was saying. Okay, on the day of the final sacrifice, the 3 young men were prompt in getting to the shrine. The witch doctor was there, clad in red robes, with knee cross and humming an incantation. The incantation lasted for almost 2 hours before he vehemently called upon the group. Yes, your worship. Come nearer, he said. The young man went nearer to the witch doctor. Then he dipped a blood-stained calabash in water and handed to Bennett. Dip another, feed it with water, and handed it to Victor. And the third one, he handed over to Vincent. He went into trance for about an hour and resumed reciting the incantation for another 1 hour. Then he handed each of the younger men with a dagger. Call the names of your choosing relatives 7 times and stamp any image that appears in the calabash. You, Victor, Agbaruagba, Agbaruba, the spirit of words has chosen you to sacrifice, to offer your sacrifice first. Agbaruba. No. Come forward with your sacrifice. Victor obeyed and moved forward. He held his calabash with one trembling hand and dagger with another trembling hand. Shiver ran down his spine. He began to call out his mother's name. Mother, 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 mother. And there was a pause. The stained glass from the witch doctor was urging, but just as he was about to call his mother's name for the 7th time, the door of the shrine sprang open, and an army of uniformed policemen barged them. Hands up, everybody, the voice ordered. No, had objected the witch doctor. You can't stop the sacrifice. But the presence of the policemen was overwhelming. The young men had already dropped the calabash and daggers in their hands and raised their hands up in the sky. Arrest the old idiot, yelled a policeman. Arrest the old idiot, ordered the police commander. The witch doctor was immediately arrested and after sent to the court alongside the 3 young men. It was in the court that it was disclosed that Edward was the one who alerted the police about the illicit activity going on that day at Agbaruba shrine. At the end of the hearing, the witch doctor was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without labor. The boys were also sent to jail for being his accomplice. Many years passed. Had nothing happened to the three young men. They came back from jail, having learned their lesson, and resolved to never get involved in any form of rich week activity. By then, Edward was working at the Nigerian International Airport as a custom officer with 5 children, while Obina Onyema became a chief consultant doctor working at Nigerian Teaching Hospital. He also had a wife and children. The end. Adegbasi Osariemen, the woman fool. A book written for women and the men who love them. The woman fool, getting the best as a woman and from a woman. A book written for women and the men who love them. ISBN 178 ISBN 978-783-4572. Chapter 1: The Journey to Womanhood. The journey to womanhood in 19% in 90 of women around the world. 90% of women around the world, we have similar stories, if not same. We share the same challenges and experiences. We also have the same ability and strengths. Our transition experiences are the same as the range from childhood, adolescence, where the body starts to change in shape, breast size, menses, fertility for procreation, childbirth, menopause, etc. Irrespective of the stage you are, while reading this book, know that your body and experience change. Know that your body and experiences change as you grow up. Change as you grow up. Change as you grow up. How you embrace or act on them determines what you get in life as a woman. Our stories are unique to us. Own and embrace your story, for it made you who you have become. As I share my story, at every stage, I will also try to reflect on yours. Our experiences influences our action in everything. Let us study in this stage. Childhood stage. Childhood. From a girl child to an adolescent, girl to a young lady and to a woman, I grew up hearing that I had an elder brother who died before I was born. So my birth made me the first child. My dad was the firstborn of his parents. My dad was the firstborn of his parents, and I was his first child. The difference between my dad and me was our sex. In my community, which could be similar to yours, when the first child is born, the people seem to celebrate more and celebrate high value on the child if it's a boy, because it is perceived that now they have the heir to the father. So, even though like little celebration is done for a girl child. Little celebration is done for a girl child because they perceive her as the less value, who will go to her husband's house eventually. As such, they do not really take her as someone who will inherit major parts of the inheritance. At my birth, my parents were happy because I was the surviving product from two secret lovers. But my dad was also put in a tight situation because of the society value placement of a boy child. He was in a situation where he could not have full access to some things. Some cultural practices. In most cultural practices in Nigeria, like mine, the male firstborn is entitled to some rights, and if he ever has a boy as his first child, all the respect, entitlement, and benefits are fully given to him. If he has a girl as his first child, he might not stand the chance of full access to his entitlement in the community. My father would have been given more respect and access to his full rights in the community then. If he had a boy as the firstborn, but unfortunately or fortunately he had a girl child, then it would have been fortunate. The value placement from community never drops on him, making him feel like he had not really gotten a child yet. My father knew what he was facing from communities visited. The man knew what he would be facing from community leaders. He experienced pressure to have a girl. He experienced pressure to have a boy child. We marry amongst others. Yet, he chose and show his wife that he had value. He showed my Yet he showed my mom and me that he had value for my sex, and a boy will come back to tell me. Because I don't suppose. Is it chicas? My dad knew what he would be facing from community members. He experienced pressure to have a boy child, we marry, among others. Yet, he showed my mom and me that he valued my sex and would support us through his decision of not going out to look for a boy child from another woman, as it is commonly practiced. I assured my mom that it didn't matter to him. Stating that he believed power is power and knowledge is power. So, I assured my mom that it didn't matter to him. I was the only child for 9 years before my siblings started coming, and my immediate sibling, a girl, Chocos. Can you imagine? Then the third surviving girl was a girl as well. We became 3 girls. I was happy I had siblings, but I was happy that I had siblings, but I was very observant about people's reactions. The value placement on my parents felt because my mom was also becoming worried. All her main children were dying, at least on my part. So, once I said I was happy I had siblings, but I had very close observance about people's reaction. The reaction they get, it's something else. So, the value placement my dad and I felt, I was quietly and constantly checking up, making sure it's okay 100%. All our male children were dying at birth or during the pregnancy or miscarriage. One such incident I recognize closely was the death of one of our twins' boys. He would have been my brothers. They were both born, but one was born dead, and the other died, and the second died just as they finished eating him up, finished cleaning him up. I felt bad for my mom. Imagine a woman in that circle, cortical, for 9 months. Reflection, changes on the body, a lot of things. For instance, if I grew up as a child, feeling I had value placed, if I go up as a child and come back, my adolescent girl years provide silently as she has done for the adulthood. So yes. And quickly adolescent asks why they changed it, just leave it. Why they changed it. Now let me share an echo with you about adolescence. Let me share something with you about adolescence. Adolescenthood. My adolescence. Adolescent just one sad. I was growing up, child, keenly observing everything. You know how everything is now when you just go to Abuja. I wish I could be, I wish I could be the boy my parents never wanted. All I could do was say thank you. It's reflection. How did your own childhood experience felt like? Did you reflect on anything? What was it like for you? Reflect on these answers and let us see. Why did your own childhood experience make you realize? Did they put a key in your hole and ask you to bring it home? What experience? What experience made a significant impact in your life that you went into with this? I'll be answering the questions when we go back after a short while. My reflection, did your own childhood get your reflection? Did your own childhood get your reflection? Chicken. So, take a moment and reflect. This will make you realize better, and although that will affect your brain mentality more. One situation you have seen and are closing, which you are still closing, is help. Keep keep asking for help and keep asking for help. Keep asking for help. To changing situations. Adults, adolescenthood. Most adolescent girls behave badly due to the childhood experience. Due to the childhood experience, at this stage, they try to make decisions. Unplanned experience. Adolescenthood comes with lot of electricity. At this stage, most adolescent girls behave badly due to their childhood experience. At this stage, they try to make decisions, take some actions, and have sense of responsibility alongside their growth. Adolescent ages. For instance, I grew up as a child feeling I was highly valued without experiencing those things. I would have not felt less of myself or hated myself in my childhood. Let me share my adolescenthood experience. At this age, I started making decisions and plans on what I was going to grow into. I told myself back then that I would have some level of achievement, like education, something something, which before I even think of being a wife or mother, I hated the fact that girls were just groomed. The girls were groomed. The girls were groomed. And I saw myself I saw myself as that boy child my dad didn't have. I made some decisions regarding this project. Everybody don't know. As an adolescent, I had many questions. Why a woman? Why a woman waits till she has married a man before she can do anything with him? Why? Was the choices not good? Or in school, churches, and everywhere, I went easily. I went easily. I went easily towards him, but I later told my matron he had asked me to escort him to see his uncle before going to school like a holiday for almost because the holiday were almost over. Along the road, the guy started harassing me and eventually he raped me. He raped me. But I got to my hostel. Everyone was blaming me. Victim blaming is the most survivor gets from society. And this makes me attempt suicide. Thankfully, I was thankfully thankfully I was scared. Thankfully, I was rescued and counseled, and with psychological support, I was scared myself for rape. I was scared myself for the rape incident. I could never I could never I could I was scared of getting pregnant and contracting HIV and a whole lot of other things that were attached to it. That's what we're talking about in the right way. So when this meet and this we've got we are able to see clearly that there are still parts in life we still have to cover. Said in the movie. I was placed on a prophylaxis and assured that I was okay. Situation, I was sure I was okay. I blamed myself for the incident and I moved on. It was owned. It was co-owned. This is the micro P join. My dad was confused, not getting another woman pregnant. He said he had DNA. He said, I have the DNA. As an adolescent, I had many questions. Why will a man ask people to marry him? Was he going to marry them? After some movies, yeah, they actually telling them because they've sold it. What is it about? I got other work for you, John. Today I was tired. So, even in school, church, and everywhere I went, I easily connected with boys. I easily connected with boys. Even in school, and then after I got raped as a teenager, rape is not something you come out from easily. Rape is not something you come out from easily. And as a woman, that is traumatizing and degrading. So you have to be there for these girls. Even in school, he had asked me to escort him to see his corpse before my before before my approval. With the human resources, they asked to come because of an approval. I don't know. Which is why we had never met. I had specifically told her I don't like women because of why. And then she's like a sister, big sister to me. And then we just move with her whenever we go out to locations. She's used to not talking too much, so she'll just be sitting there and not be breaking any of your rules. Reflection. Again, I told them about again, take a moment to pause and reflect on your young womanhood stage. If that is the shelter you envision, then keep it. But if not, ah, but if not, you have to start working on it now. You have to start working on it now. There is no difference between this one and a strong line. There is no difference between this and a strong bass. I will know so and so number of it's coming here and there. It's coming here and there. He went to my surprise to make. He went to my surprise. He went to my surprise with me to Mecca doing serious prayers. 102. Let's talk about chapter 2. The perception of women. Let's talk about the different thoughts about women and let's open them up for assessment. There have been different thoughts and precipitation of women, including their roles. We have what we can go in, their dressing, their ways of doing so, and the description. This description and perception of yours as a child operation, child of my participation. It is important in the self-assessment and video and reflection of this book. Evaluate our reading and know what we are doing. Mr. Jeremiah has submitted a report and we've gone through it. It is as it is that we are 3 hours behind schedule, so we have to do 3 hours forward to actually convert for that. It is important to participate in the self-assessment and reflection part of and evaluate your thoughts and level of understanding about who a woman is before further. You need to write it down so that you can compare your initial findings on this after this book. Well, individual group, society, sector, and different bodies of existence have developed different ideologies in trying to describe who they feel a woman is, should do, and become. I want you to know that all the descriptions and thoughts came from a place of individual understanding, perception, or belief. This is giving the kind of result or experience they have for relating with a girl, child, or woman. Meanwhile, the woman or girl child you have around you is more than what your initial thoughts were. They have a lot of them in that could be more beneficial. So I'll be more beneficial to your lot. They have a lot in them that could be more beneficial to you than what you've been experiencing. Dear young girls and women, the best thing you can do for yourself is to avoid Self-limitation. Do not try to limit yourself. If you are, do not try to limit yourself and only do or become what individual perceive of you, your ability and your words, saying, woman of many thoughts. Saying woman of many thoughts and blessings. Avoid self-limitation. Your ability and your words, sadly, many women and young girls will not have a privilege of meeting you and learning from a mentor one-on-one. Therefore, what people understand about you is has given them the experience or benefits or benefits when they speak English. If they can understand all those fanatic those songs, what's this? And the communities there where the water will be fruitless. We don't know what we want. Do not try to limit yourself and only do or become what you believe in. Otherwise, become self-waiting. As an individual, Dr. Muyimaleke said that we shouldn't be too much of a hurry, especially as ladies. First of all, those are mentors I'm already studying from. As an individual who is fully she's understanding and she's no other than Osariemen White. He is a child of God. Several cultural, religion, and sociocultural religious park has a place filled with people. Has the place filled with people of different kind of thoughts, perception, and description of other people. Society have influenced or guided the decisions and action taken towards women or girls, value placed on them, and how society treats them. Several cultural and religious and local groups came. Due to this twist informal informality based on their monthly based on the topic and projects is they have. I know that probably I cannot spend in an initiative, so rather don't waste our time because it's obvious that sheep is not seen. I ask again. Who measures on the varieties claim value or understanding? Some people perceive. Some people say it is the main word, and that is why decisions making some of this design came happening. Most of them they are doing inexhaustive, but inexhaustive, but waiting, fulfilling, but fulfilling. Many parents and many parents and adults have adopted many parents and adults are unable to see beyond the limits. Are unable to see beyond the limits. Retaining by grooming their daughters and partners by using this thought. They make this practice normal, and is the problem. Sadly, they will not get the best of women if it's the only description they have. Being a woman is more than being a woman. Being a woman is more than those degrading definitions. Women have a lot of potentials and light that people and the environment they find themselves can benefit from. My father description of a woman. He is not just my father, but a man. He's not just my father, but a man. A father to 3 daughters and a husband. Below her, he is Zakwe's girl child is a female child born into a family. She represents a family unit and as such, a generation, a nation, and that means she is considered unique. A girl child is a female, but according to my father exact words, I quote, a girl child is a female child born into the family. She is a child that grew into a young girl. Then she matures to become unique. Then she matures to become a woman and later a mother and a grandma. The girl child goes through a growing up process. The girl child grows through a growing up process. Through a growing up process that then she matures to become a woman and later a mother and a grandma. The girl child goes through a growing up process of nurturing, training, discovering of talents and gifts up to her teenage years as she prepares to step into womanhood and independence. During this period of growth, she is solely dependent on her parents and caregiver. The girl child represents a family unit, a generation, a nation. That means she is considered unique. She ought not to be a burden, but a gift from God to mankind. Being a carrier and a reservoir of a generation, she needs proper upbringing and training. Parents are expected to play the role of a caregiver and running a proper training of a caregiver, teacher, counselor, developer, and of the girl child. So during my grow up stage, people should pay much attention. People should pay much attention to a family unit, a generation, a nation. That means she is considered unique. That means she's considered unique. During the growing up stage, people are affected. People are affected of generations she speaks now, especially with her upbringing. This will help the girl to be okay, but during the growing up stage, parents should pay their attention to identify the gift of sales of scarce item, especially individual anthem. You have to very vigilant here. A different set of people from all around the world dropping in at one time or the other. Please, you want to secure our things, art and culture, the flat, or you just drop it anywhere, I will take it there. During the upgrowing stage, ah, I was only God. Now, as a woman, a full-fledged woman, I will say, I am very confident, I am happy. It gladdens my heart when I can boldly say it, that when I can boldly say it, and now as a woman, how much a man now as a woman, how much does she need to be running ether ski. By today I should have settled everything. Tomorrow I'm just going there for the test. Yes, now. Because it takes time to prepare. As how long have we got time? Exactly. How long have we got that time to special? Not as a children, but one of the port residents. Okay, I'll meet you. I'll meet you next. Thank you very much for me. Thank you very much. During the growing up stage, parents should pay attention to the identity of the gifts or gifts. As a woman, she had to follow Archbishop Benson and make the person go mad from it. It was only those that was script like that. Now, as a woman, she begins to run her office of life with the staff she's made up with, which entails an area of specialization. Her gifts begin to make way for her as she brings before kings, queen, princess, and etc. etc. Her role when she was a woman cannot be overemphasized, cannot be overemphasized. Her hand was showing. Her hand was showing again. For the love of God, it is not he that is talented. If there are his, who are we? Lord of hosts. So it's not it as silence. It is the way of sun that is following the heat. Finally, God's love for me is beyond measures and description, with this special and excellent gift of 3 intelligent girls. They have undergone the process of nurturing growth and womanhood. They are an embodiment of great potential, our diverse talents that are kept. Our diverse talents that will not only produce or be of great blessings to mankind. They are never and will never a problem in this society, but a solution. They are the answer bringing up our three guests was not rosy, but it was a long period of sacrifice and self-denial for me and for my beloved wife. But today, we count it all joy. We count it all joy. And as we begin to see the positive and fruitful side of their lives, we have been blessed and kept alive to reap good harvests from God's great divine training. Our own child, even bother other example, she takes over the responsibility from her parents. She carries on diverse activities that the baton of life is added over to the girl child who has the ability to nurture other generations yet to come. May God bless all the girl children in Jesus' name. Amen. Pastor Anthony Basi Neji. Description of a woman by a young girl below 25 years old. A woman is first a human being, as every being created by God. She is the one that God has set male and female in its kindness and glory. A woman is defined by who she wants to be, not what society conceived her or expect her to be, charting her own path, blazing the trail, and living life fully as human and as a woman. A woman is not a man. A woman does not want to be like a man. A woman is not in a competition with a man. She is a woman. Her femininity is her strength. How she strives and thrives through life's storm. How she makes life, give life, and transform life. She is a woman. As a woman, I know what it means for society to box you into their definition of a woman. I am a fraternal twin. My twin is a boy. Growing up, it was a long journey of understanding gender roles and of defining who I wanted to be despite it all. I am grateful to my parents who provided everything I needed for sustenance and freedom to choose who I wanted to be as a human and woman, acknowledging my voice, amplifying it and glorifying it, providing wings for me to soar. Well, my father will always remind me, okay, you can be anything you set your heart to be. I'm here for you. To my mother, a woman is never less of a man. She has proven timelessly, especially through her life action, that being a woman signifies beauty, resilience, empathy, determination, failing forward, intentionality, guiding principle, amongst other distinguishing qualities I admire from my female mentors and role model, which I emulate in my life journey as a woman, child, and as a girl child and woman. This is my advice to you, as rightly said by my role model, Ngozi Chimamanda Adichie. Never accept because you are a woman as a reason for doing or not doing anything. Take pride in your femininity. Understand your right and stand firm for it. Respect the rights of others and create your own definition of womanhood, just as you are whole, complete, and enough. I am here cheering you up, sis. Go, girl. You can do anything you put your mind to. Goodness, Ogi Ode, exploring a variety of words to describe woman. Many words I constantly use to describe woman. Well, some of them are that this word would have been normal in our society and affected how people perceive a woman or what kind of things they could do with their strength and resilience. This is a cloth with an Ashoke design. I like the way it was designed. It gave it this African look. So I like that. They also designed what I'm wearing, the face of the masquerade mask. Because the last masquerade, I was really scared. So many words are used to describe a woman. Where's her power? Where's her worth? Where's her petty? Where's they say have the power to mar, have the power to injure, have the power to make, have the power to create. Some of the words also show the strength of a woman, the ability and the potential. Words have power to affect how we behave. Our parents, spouse, and boss have used some words to destroy another person's life, ability, and potential. Words are words like useless, good for nothing, worthless, lazy, and other negative things. Words can define who they end up making you becoming. However, others are a true reflection of positive words like the best, hardworking, powerful, and lots more. This positivity contributed to transforming their lives. In essence, words are powerful. We must be deliberate about the kind of words we use on ourselves and people around us, especially on a girl child or woman, because of the love-thing effect they have on them. Now that you understand the power of words and how they can affect you, where's the cameraman? Where's the cameraman? And how they can affect you, the real power of words reflect the identity, the ability, and the potential of a woman. I would like you to look at the word puzzle below. The puzzle has different words that has been used to describe a woman, either negatively, positively, either negatively, positively, intentionally focus on the positive words. This will make you realize how important and valuable you are, despite how people, system, or society have tried to make you feel less. Words. Play this puzzle and identify words that best describe you. These words of who you are. These words of who you have become. These words of who you have become. The woman who you want to be known for. Remember to focus on the words only. Remember to keep pushing as a woman and not a woman. A woman is first a human being and everything created by God. A male and a female in his likeness and glory. A woman is defined by who she wants to be. A woman is defined by who she wants to be. A woman is a strength. A woman is a competition. A woman is everything she can hope to be. Her femininity is a strength. How she strives and thrives through life. Storm. How she makes life. How she gives life. She is a woman. As a woman, will keep pushing. A woman is not a man. A woman does not want to be like a man. A woman is not in competition with a man. A woman is a woman. Her femininity is a strength. Her strength. Her strength is how she strives and thrives throughout life. Storm, how she makes life, give life, and transform life. She is a woman. A woman is first of a human being, as every being created by God, male and female in his likeness and glory. A woman is defined by who she wants to be, not what society conceive or expect her to be, charting her own path, blazing the trial, and living life fully as a human and as a woman. Many words are constantly used to describe a woman. Some of these words have become normal in our society and affected how people perceive a woman or the kind of things she can do or become. Some of the words also show the strength the woman have, her ability and her potential. Words have power to affect how we behave. Most parents, spouse, and bosses have used some words to destroy another person's life and ability and potential. Words like useless, good for nothing, worthless, lazy, and other negative words have defined who they end up becoming. However, others are a true reflection of positive words like the best, hardworking, powerful, and lots more. This positivity contributed to transforming their life. In essence, words are powerful. We must be deliberate about the kind of words we use on ourselves and people around us, especially on a girl child, because of the long-time effect they have. Now that you understand the power of words and how they can reflect the identity, ability, and potential of a woman, I would like you to look at the puzzle. The puzzle have different words. Intentionally focus on the positive words. This will make you realize how important and valuable you are, despite how people, society, or system have tried to make you feel less of yourself. Having understood the journey to womanhood and the right perception of a female figure in the previous chapter, we need to clear on some essentials about woman. Woman as seed. A woman is a seed, and if it is planted well, has the ability to grow into a tree. If the tree is well taken care of, it has the ability to bring forth fruits that can benefit everyone around and society at large. Inside the fruit, you find another seed, making up more seed than where it was first planted. A woman, just like a seed, embodies the potential for growth, nurturing, and transformation, just as a seed contains the promise of a flourishing plant. A woman carries with her the power to shape and influence the world around her, starting from her home, her community, and state. A thorough study of a seed reveals that it can only yield fruit or benefit the owner when it is well planted and nurtured by people around or its environment. The same seed will die off if not well taken care of. Without protection and a good environment, such a seed will not really benefit the owner. The girl child in your life is a seed. She requires your close attention, provision of all the necessary care, support, protection to enable her grow into a woman. She will benefit her family, community, state, and country. She should be cherished. You would agree with me that a good farmer does not plant a seed anyhow, but on a good